cricket.
Not all nuts.
Right, where did we leave off? We left off with
Lords.
we were leaving the Wizard's Grace,
Correct.
and we addressed all three of the these generals or whatever.
Incorrect.
That didn't happen last session?
We talked to two of them before the meeting. The third,
Correct.
oh shit, right. Fuck.
Mm-hmm. Continue, sir.
The third one on a murderous rampage.
Belle might be dead. Belle is probably dead. We need to find a way to get over to the Cantargo side of things. Because they had the key.
Sorry, Ryan. What do you got?
I really want to make force Sar to do it, but
We talked to two of the lieutenants, generals, right-hand people, whatever. His go-to guys because he can't be bothered to deal with shit. Then we ended up going to a meeting. We laid down some ground rules for what can't be changed. We got chaotic worship. Okay, as long as it's inside the individual's house and can't be reasonably heard from the street.
We did do the meeting, but before that meeting, we did get some pivotal pieces of information. Actually, before and after said meeting. But before meeting, the said pivotal piece of information was, well, besides the outlawing of certain things, blah, blah, the troublemakers were punished for rousing the Hell Knights rather unnecessarily and tarnishing the name of the good recipients in the area, the good heroes of the area. The Hell Knights have instituted their own justice. And now we're the justice.
We are the primary justice. If the Hell Knights have to come again, it's not going to be good.
Well, beyond that, it was less of they gave us a. They didn't so much as warn us that things would be bad. They just realistically, we're now, instead of the Hell Knights being the de facto response, we're the de facto response.
Yeah.
And if we need to call in the Hell Knights, well, it's going to be a big deal because generally it's a big deal.
Or if somebody legitimately needs to be like, okay, you guys are way out of line at this juncture. Either way, Hell Knights coming is not going to be good one way or the other.
Absolutely.
But,
we got a new member of our castle.
yeah.
Yeah.
We have a very broken cleric.
broken is subjective.
Yeah.
No, she is hashtag mind broke. Mind break.
She is part of the Hell Knights, therefore she is broken.
I'm pretty sure she just has the mind break tag at all times.
The E621 mind break tag.
Or Rule 34, or, you know, any site that uses the tag system. But yes, E621.
Yeah, a large part of it was navigating those laws and Flynn working really hard to try to establish a precedence that we will, quote unquote, work with them.
realistically, they, to the effect, did tell us, honestly, they don't care too much how we run things, so long as we don't run things, like, literally heretically, and we're in charge. So, as long as we follow the rules and go Shalaxian style, we can word the laws to our favor. Just, don't be heretics.
Yeah, until there's a regime change.
Yeah, I mean, regime change lets us, that's a whole different thing. But for now, honestly, best outcome possible, all things stated.
I mean, maybe not 100% best, but it definitely, top 50, maybe 75%, somewhere in there. Better than absolute, Hell Knight rule.
Like I said, all factors considered, that could have been way worse.
Oh,
we
yeah.
could have been on trial.
Yeah.
Contrary, we're the good guys, somehow.
Yeah.
So how are we getting over to Kintargo area?
It's unrealistic for me to run there, so.
I mean, I can get there quickly with my spells.
You can also just wait for the check-ins.
Do we have a magical way to send a message to make a faster check-in? Pretty certain we have ways to do that.
Dream message.
Yeah,
I
Juron would
don't
just
think
look
I
around
got
at
it.
everybody. He has no option.
I don't think I got anything quicker than dream message.
Dream message is still only a day,
Well,
as opposed
I could,
to...
yeah, if I sleep, then I can take my tree stride, and then I can get 300 miles in 6 minutes, and then
Done for the day.
take another rest, and then finish.
True. And I'm gonna sound like a jerk when I say this, or cleric. Does our cleric have the dream message already prepared?
I am looking. What level is that? So I feel like that's a level I don't really mess with. I do have it prepared.
Oh, okay. Well, that one will save us a full day because you won't have to have a rest period in between. She could just send a message, and then they can get it, and then come through the gate.
Yeah,
I want to use you trying on cooler things than just being a courier. You're a druid. You do much cooler things than be a courier.
I don't mind. I mean, this is important. We need to check in.
It's also true. Yeah.
Yes, whatever can get us to them faster.
And
Yeah.
Tree Stride is a self-only, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Self plus Sierra.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you could have a +1 that is not, your personal companion, I'd be like, yeah, just drag me along. The sooner can make sure things are salvageable in worst case scenario. Make sure that decomposition doesn't start, the better.
Yeah.
Like I said, dream message technically still makes it the fastest tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
Are you? Is it? Do you have spell slots for it? So if it's just one target, right?
Yeah, at base level, it's one way, up to 1 minute speech, roughly around 150 words. the target is asleep, they receive the message instantly. If not, the next time they sleep, as soon as they receive it, the spell ends and you know the message was sent.
You leave him a voicemail.
So,
Yeah.
would you be able to contact others, someone else, as well, in case if Belle is deceased, then they won't get it. And then
Well,
you have
we're not.
I'm working on the assumption that Belle is no longer able to receive, so I wouldn't be targeting Belle.
Okay.
If I do prepare it at a higher level, I can target up to 10 creatures that I know by name and have met in person. And say they all get the same message. So if I could find a spell that I could do without at a higher level, that would be really handy to just have in the back pocket. For just quick messaging.
Yeah. I mean,
But-
it couldn't hurt to have more people.
Yeah, but that's a later thing, though.
Well, just in case, because we don't know who all.
Yeah, I mean, they said that the only conflict was with a, what was the wording? An avatar of a dark god. There was no other bloodshed, something along those lines, if I'm remembering right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which, unless there happened to be another one, Belle's the only one we know that fits that description.
Yeah.
By the sounds of things, everyone else was okay, so... Yeah. Did we leave anyone else over there aside from the Mwangi contingent, or...?
No, it was the only group.
Okay.
Well,
Did that include Hazel and her kobolds?
yes.
Okay.
The only two kobolds who are not over there are the two that are over at the cemetery.
Yeah. Okay.
Pimmensdorf.
Yeah. So Hazel would be probably the best one to contact then.
Quet, who is still with you guys, though remaining very quiet, speaks up. I could get a message to this location, I believe. You need someone to activate one of your ring portals, I assume?
Yes, and how? How would you be able to send a message?
Well, despite the unfortunate circumstances of Melgos's time there, he would know where it is, and I could send him a message, and he could simply return there and relay it. He would have no cause to create complications with the matters resolved, and he prepares many uses of teleportation a day.
I feel given the nature of who we're contacting and the nature of their last encounter, it may not be appreciated if they are once again a message bearer. Though, that is just my opinion, and it is a very appreciated offer.
I find it unlikely that anyone who would have provoked him and didn't on first arrival would elect to do so on second arrival.
Oh, it's not about that. It's just about not re-traumatizing my friends.
Yeah.
As I said, it is appreciated. In the sincerity that the offer was gestured, the gesture was offered. It is very appreciated. But at least on my account, I would decline. Though I allow my vote to be vetoed by anyone else.
It would simply not have been forthright for me not to propose the offer.
It is very appreciated.
It is sincerely appreciated.
We do have other beings of magical prowess within our party at the moment. And I would gesture towards the Archmage, or is it Archmage? I always forget his title.
They're back at the keep.
Yeah, but we can go back to the keep.
There is a message sending spell allotted to all but those who worship nature. She looks at Lorelei. I'm sorry, I do not design these things. It is advised that you need know the person you're sending it to very well. Otherwise, I would send it directly to your contacts myself.
We definitely know who to contact. We have actually several people we could contact that would be quick to respond and help us write this situation and get everything all set up. A direct name, if that is all that. Actually, on second thought,
I need to know the creature well to be able to send it.
even if I did, I feel like it would be disrespectful to you and to her to have you two talk to each other.
Hmm?
She, while a friend of mine, is of a rival faith, and I feel you mutually dislike each other. I respect you enough to not force you to have that talk.
I appreciate that. Had I the ability, I would be of more assistance. I am interested in fostering good relationship with you, especially since you will be my host for the foreseeable future.
Well, as we mull this over, we can walk and talk. I'm certain you've had a look, but let's show you about the castle. We have a cool set of skills that I think it'd be fun for you to look at.
So, yeah. You guys have a mile to walk to the thing. She would, enlighten and such, and goes, gives her recount that she was part of a great war. Reference, she was part of a, failed assault group as a cleric of Iomade. she only references that she was captured, and that her religion has been greatly expanded, and she now has a much tighter dogmatic following of that which she is allowed to do and not allowed to do, than someone such as Moira. She would comment that she needs to balance appeasing 5 very different and very similar deities.
That sounds very taxing, not only mentally but spiritually. Are you okay? Are you doing okay?
I am very happy to be in the Southlands versus the North. It is far calmer here, and there's very little I am threatened by. Following the ideals is honestly makes life easier in some ways, as almost all of my actions need be handled in a very specific way lest I upset one of 5 very powerful deities.
Oh, I was looking for it in spell levels, not cantrips. Duh. Sometimes I have just a hard enough time trying to do what I feel is the right thing, period, let alone... I mean, I tend to just line up naturally with Sarenrae anyway, but it's just... Existence is complicated.
Some deities are easier to appease. Like Lord Torag simply implores that I hold myself with honor and am forthcoming with my words, and that I always keep such, and work to serve the people, which are now Breach Hill, as well as my order. But balancing Iomade with Asmodeus can be a challenge. Luckily, we conduct ourselves in a way that does both. Iomade mainly governs aspects of keeping your patience, which aligns with Lord Iori, and fighting for justice and honor, while Asmodeus aligns very heavily with Torag in always keeping your word and lording over weaker creatures and being subservient to those superior. But even Lord Torag is against showing too much kindness to those posed as enemies, or even mercy, despite his status along the goodly plane. I believe me and Jorsk will get along very well in the council.
Jorsk is tough but fair. I suspect you're not far off from the truth.
Agreed.
I am appeased that the matters outside the walls in the wilderness is entrusted to your druidess, as the Godclaw has very little love for the wilderness as a whole, other than to bend it to our purpose.
It's funny. Our friend Alec had a similar opinion. I guess the Order of the Nail shares that philosophy.
The Order of the Nail are extremists in such philosophy. The fact that one has arises in your city and you still have a forest was surprising to my group. I have seen their order level miles of forests simply to have it gone for no other purpose than its removal.
When did the Order vacate this then? Because the forest seems to be,
Thriving.
existent.
It was a decent time ago, and because such has occurred once, it does not mean it always occurs. It is no surprise that the keep has a long, clear view to the town, and yet there is a forest on the opposing side of the city. I would not have been surprised if the forest once circled Breach Hill.
I really value your insights on that. Actually, overall.
We share a name, but and a purpose to quell the destructive forces that are chaos and its lack of forthcoming in how destructive such are. All orders have recognized that, but we've handled it different. Many orders are godless and, well, extremists in a lot of ways, such like the Nail, and others worse than them. Some orders, you'd be hard-pressed to find them not beating themselves half to death to even have a conversation with them, for they feel that somehow brings them closer to order. Weird, different.
Moira may have noticed that while having this conversation, Grit's brain is consistently ticking back to the notion of the mowing down a forest for no reason, and then realizing his goblin brain sees no problem with that as how else do you firewood.
No, great.
He is struggling to keep the conversation serious, but his brain is consistently circling back to that.
Deep breaths, great. Deep breaths.
But you guys are able to arrive at the keep. What's it called? And Aquette is quiet in, besides light conversation as they're led through. If you had an area that was by itself, that I and those who visit me would not disturb others, we would be happy to use it. We will not intrude with the way you guys handle yourselves, nor the other denizens who are here, even if they are monkeys or frogs, I have been told.
We'd appreciate that. The original here were the Bumble Brashers. They were kind enough to say they would share their castle with them. Technically, if they knew how to write, they would have signed the deed first.
What heritage are Bumble Brashers?
They share a certain green tint as me.
Fellow goblins. You were actually the first of goblin kind I have had the pleasure of getting to know. Though I have great many friends in the Hobgoblin Society.
You have one of the best representatives of their kind before you.
Grit beams.
Probably couldn't ask for better.
Your kind have been on a positive trend in all of Galarion from what I have seen. What I have learned in the briefings of this region is that there was a large hostile debate between hobgoblin kind and other such creatures that led to the Ishgard Accord. But since then, both breeds of goblins have become more integrated to the workings of the greater world.
Oh, here's a nifty little thing. Do you speak Goblin?
I do not.
Well, a funny thing, if you hung around hobgoblins, you might notice they'll speak Goblin like this. And Grit rattles off a sentence to the effect of, look at me talk, look at me talk. But,
Nod, actually, like, almost alarmingly quick head nods.
Okay.
but look how I say the same sentence. And Grit rattles it off. This time the sentence is a lot more broken up, a little faster, more frenetic. We speak differently than they speak, which is different how the bigger, more angry ones speak. Bugbears.
Yeah, I am familiar with their breed. It is similar to how different common dialects are different.
Mm-hmm.
But I assume it all falls under the same tongue?
One can talk the same as the other, but it's almost like, how would I say? When a hobgoblin talks, it almost sounds like when an elf talks, despite it being the same words.
Yeah. Similar dialects. The southern continent speaks very different than us,
Yeah.
but they are still the same words.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the dialects are wildly different between us, but it's fun. I'm trying to practice seeing if I can trick someone into thinking I'm a bugbear. Bugbears are good at hiding, so if they don't see me and I just start talking in their ear like I'm a bugbear, maybe they'll think I'm a bugbear and I can spook them.
This would make sense.
Sorry, I like to keep my options versatile. Grit's kind of bantering as he's leading her through the castle and kind of showing her and trying to find one of the more isolated areas. Actually consulting with the group, do we know one of the more isolated chambers for her that she could keep to keep her and her company as well? I mean, not necessarily isolated. I mean,
I was gonna ask if you were able to find the map, Co.
No, I've literally all of my stuff that had what room. I know roughly what rooms you've all done, but I have that saved in 3 different areas and I can't find any of them. It's gone from Discord, it's gone from my actual notes, and it's gone from my notes inside the game.
Which, it's crazy that it's gone from Discord because I know that that's come up
Yeah,
since.
me too.
Yeah.
And I see where I had the maps, like that's still pinned, but it's just not there. And like I see all the building stuff, which used to that's your but looking through, but from my memory, the one room I can know offhand that you guys have not done anything with was in the vaults, like the basement. The one room that was kind of hidden, the last turn off south, you guys had no machinations for. I believe you guys have used all the ones to the north, and you definitely used all the ones in the inner circle, and I believe you've used pretty much everywhere on the first floor of the keep.
Then I would lead her to that to the unoccupied room and see if it leads to her satisfaction.
Alright, yeah. This will do. The privacy is ample, and I could easily arrange multiple sleeping quarters if any were to come. I would be happy with
this. My bonus of gambling. We're not staying in those rooms.
But what I would of course offer, please, you are a resident here and a welcome guest. Please feel free to requisition any of the construction facilities of the town and freely call for construction. We trust that the provisions you need to make will be necessary. And both the dwarves and the Pasandis are eager to help.
I will happily work with them. I can see you are still getting various areas done. I will handle everything needed for this room purely myself as a sign of good faith. And if I can be of use otherwise. I have not met the Tuskhead yet, but I will be happy to acquaint myself with them and the rest of the town, since it will be a more prolonged stay. I also, once I'm settled and everything's good, I may have other talents that are of use to you all. While I can't employ my magics, there are many other things I know and am capable of.
I'd be excited to converse. Would you, of course, like an actual tour of the place?
Yeah. She'll walk with you through a tour.
Yeah. And of course, Grit will more than happily accompany her, her through it, and give her, kind of let her know where each of the denizens generally are, what we are trying to accomplish, what the different folk are building, have built, and would aim to end the tour over in Moira's chapel.
Boy, Moira has been following the whole time.
Yeah.
I am happy to spend time conversing, and while it is want for me to share the glories of our faith, I will be respectful to your individual dogma, as there is little Sarenrae does that obstructs any of the 5 deities I follow.
Thank you.
And to you, we offer the same respects.
Thank you.
So, we have something nifty to show you. Well, it's a device that shows the potentials of an individual. And Grit shows her the scales. This nifty magic reads someone true if they're willing to be weighed by it. And Grit will allow himself to be measured up on it.
We gotta update this thing with a digital interface.
Ding, 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 ding.
Give raw numbers.
It is peculiar. I am not familiar with this.
We know only that it's a very old magic.
Magic.
Do we know outright the god that was associated with it, or was that all out of character? I can't remember. It's been a while.
No. You guys know the god that was associated with it.
Okay.
Grit's having to roll deception checks when he says that's all he knows.
Moira knows Bird well enough that
Throw it
she's
in there
just
since
gonna...
I'll be withholding some information now and again.
If she is skeptical to your words, she doesn't portray such.
Yay.
You do notice though, while she observes the item at from the entry of the room, she makes no motions to analyze it or interact with it herself.
Grit was seeing how she'd react to it. Like, yep. But yeah, it is a curious device. We're still figuring out more about it, but it's so far been one of the ones I've piqued my curiosity more. So wanted to show you.
I am pleased by the thoroughness of your tour, and such artifacts are of great value.
Alrighty, we have goodness, there's been much business done today, and we have slightly more business to conduct. I'm going to dismiss myself from you, but should you need me, if you ask around, I will appear. I'm certain I will be available around if you have problems finding me. But yeah, when we came here originally, we had guests as well, and we wish to return to them. I'm certain they would like to know what has transpired.
Yeah.
I will let you handle that. I will begin the creation of my chambers come tomorrow and spend the rest of the evening familiarizing myself with the town and those I have not and those I need to speak with. I also have my own temple to run.
Lady Aket, it has been a pleasure and will continue to be so.
If you need for anything, please let us know somehow.
I will. I will engage in much conversation, and in hopes I will be able to use my sending message to one of you should I need, since I am made aware you are often elsewhere handling matters of other regions. Currently in a large-scale dispute with the global slave trade Scarlet Triad.
God, it was just called sending.
What was that you cut out, Moira?
Oh, I was just mumbling to myself. Sorry.
No worries.
Thank you. We're gonna right some wrongs. Got business, and we're gonna get our business done right.
You guys will be pleased to know, with my knowledge of the region, that slavery is not permissible within Ishgard, and so in turn, their business should not be occurring here. From also what I've overheard in the briefings, they have authorization to work within Cheliax, but no presence there. The competition for their trade is immensely high in the region, and I believe they have said they seek such in other locations because of it.
They enjoy being a big fish in a smaller pond.
Indeed. They are more, however expansive, they're chaotic in nature, put simply, and in turn weak from it. I have no doubt your group will triumph over them.
Your faith is appreciated.
Thank you, and I hope to see you in tomorrow. Oh, actually, as part of your tour, what's it called? She would have, you guys would have actually, did you go down to the ring itself?
Yeah. Since she's noted that she knows of it, no point on being completely like, well, don't look at it. Yeah, fuck it, they know.
Yeah.
When you guys go down, Danesh and the Archmage approach you. Quet goes silent, simply bowing her head and raising it. Though you notice in dealing with them, she holds her head a little higher, despite her silence. The Archmage commenting, I trust everything has gone well.
Indeed. Sorry for the long delay, and apologies if any worry was created. Matters official needed to be discussed, and discussed they were.
They would actually look back at, I forget which gate it was. It's not the Jewel Gate, it's not the Hunter's Gate, it's the second gate. But they would comment, twice since your guys' departure, one of your portals has flickered, but there has been nothing that comes from such. Danesh nodding and stroking his chin. I've tried to make sense of it, short of going into it myself, but in all knowledge that I have, it requires an activation key such the one you have to activate it, but neither me nor my dwarven companion here carry such thing.
That would likely then be our contact on the other side. We had set a relay, and we have reason to believe they are urgent to want to talk to us again soon.
Well, if it continues within the hour, I believe it'll flicker on again.
We'll wait. We're happy. I'm certain some of us could stay behind. I'm happy to finish up my tour with Aket and finish things up. Lady Aket, Archmage and Magistrate of a Dwarven stronghold. Kovlar. Yeah. At your service.
She would approach approach him a bit more rigid than she'd had been in your guys' presence. And shake his hand. You guys don't get any immediate, there's no issue you see, but you do notice the Archmage seems surprised when she shakes his hand. Before she says, Torag be with you, dwarf. And then takes a step back. And then nods. And yourself of Wizard of the Far East? She said simply at a glance.
Oh, this is aspirant, well, beyond aspirant, accomplished wizard and adventurer, Sir Danesh.
I had equated such by the features of his person. He doesn't strike me. Well, those of the East have a certain distinguished to them. I imagine much similar to the difference between goblins and hobgoblins.
Chris shrugs, trusting her analogy.
Danesh would nod. And Lord Nethys be with you, Hell Knight Aquet. He nods and she returns the nod.
I'll be back shortly, friends. I will be finishing my tour with Lady Aquet, but Flynn, would you
handle your endeavors? I have more I should do within the city before the day comes to end.
Mm-hmm.
I should be returned tomorrow if your company is still here. Otherwise, Sir Grit, you have conducted yourself exquisitely, and it's been a pleasure.
Grit bows and nods.
Aquet would turn and actually give the lot of your group a deep bow. Thank you all for your welcoming.
Moira will return the bow. You are most welcome.
I look forward to speaking more on Sarenrae and my own deities, Moira. And she turns to Flynn. May our actions and words honor Iomade in their fullest. Iori in their fullest.
Just nod.
Let's see, and then she would nod to Juran and Lorelei and Unmei before proceeding to depart and leave you all to your endeavors.
Juran would kind of lean over towards the other two that were last acknowledged. I don't think she respects us because we do not do the worship.
Yeah, well.
Moira will lean over. That doesn't make you any less valid.
Juran would lean low. Thank you for the validation.
Oh, if I were to tell her I worship the little sun, would that make me okay?
God.
We're in the presence of a deity right now.
I feel like despite being neutral good, Moira would somehow end up being a chaotic god.
And yes, but they seem to have the worship of individuals, whereas we have worship of deeper, more personal interests.
I'll just shrug. I've been keeping my mouth shut. Firmly. Like, jaw clenched.
Yeah. Well, you guys, you know, because I didn't want to RP every freaking minute of it. As a whole, she actually conducts herself in a very humble manner, especially compared to the others. Even how she walks is very, I wouldn't say meek, but like almost small in a way for the most part as she was traveling with you. Only really like riding her shoulders when she addressed the others, actually.
Yeah,
When it was appropriate for her to have station.
What was that?
It's sad that the correct word for this is actually demure.
yeah, Demure.
Oh, I don't use pop words.
I know.
Yeah, she just she respects power like they all the Iron Hand do and whatnot. So we just gotta punch her in the face every few days just to keep her in line, like remind her where her position here.
God. Yeah.
Moira, you would know, naturally as a master of, what's it called? Religion. And you actually saw it with Pisandi very much. Followers of, Asmodeus actually are very, very subservient to, beings they feel are superior to them. That wasn't the innate vibe you got from Aquette, but it was very much such you guys noticed when dealing with Pisandi. Or not Pisandi, your name's Amara Lang, but from the Pisandi Bros, bricklayer. Actually, because this is something you would just have, because you would picture this is probably the general edicts and athema she lives by. Yeah. After she departs, what's it called? The Archmage looks and kind of like rubs his hand. For a little human girl, she is frighteningly strong.
She scares us deeply, but you know, politics are odd.
Donette should actually comment. By her armor, I would assess she's of the Hell Knight Order Godclaw, along with the fanatical. Well, as far as dealing with Hell Knights go, you could have done way worse. Way worse. We don't have them in our parts of the world, but I've studied the Order. They conduct themselves well. It's no one of my order has ever had any ill relation with one.
We've kept surprisingly good relations with them, all things considered. They have war crimed our town a little. We're going to have to figure that out. But other than that, they have generally in the past been respectful towards us, and we keep a likewise relationship back. Honestly, one of my good friends in this town is the Hell Knight of the Order of the Nail. He's quite enthusiastic with enforcing the laws around here.
Did we pass out at all on the way out?
You would have, though he, what's it called? Was just minding his duty vigilantly as a guard and wouldn't have, engaged. You guys were occupied, and he is working. So you know all the time, too. Yeah, and I forgot that he was there, and he probably would have engaged with you. So he didn't, because he was working. Yeah, responsible.
I think he would have known better than to have broke conversation while we're talking with an officer.
But the college I had trained my magic in was very strongly lawful aligned. Donna speaking. So I find it is unlikely I am to be at odds with this one or any other Hell Knights that you might cross paths with. It's usually just be polite, nod, and don't delve into chaotic dispositions or ideology. You're pretty much safe.
Currently in the town, there is, we have acknowledged and they have allowed us, allowed the town the continued worship of chaotic gods. In exchange, there is there is protection and no more discrimination against any god of any lawly order. Any of them.
That is surprising. You...
I have suspicions on why we are being treated as well as we are, but I'm also taking them well. So until I have more evidence to support more fear, I'm taking it for what it is.
That makes sense.
Well, yeah, I'm actually generally happy with how things have went. I am well aware that it could have just been significantly more fire and brimstone. Very literally.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I believe these feats that our party and those who have not met have performed were justification enough for them to be cooperative.
Just doesn't want to lose his castle.
I worked so hard to get it and repair it and improve it.
Yeah, again, I'm studying the Cheliax region, greater Cheliax region, mostly through books and missives from where I'm from. This is actually by far the farthest west I have been. But I have read innumerable stories to Hell Knights very much simply burning down chaotic temples simply for the disdain of their existence. If you agree to allow even the minus amount of worship, that'd be kind of the same as, I guess, someone like Moira just allowing small groups of demons to get together and hang out, as long as whatever you agreed on doesn't happen.
In a small way, we did. We agreed to not make too big of a kerfuffle about the fact that, there is the fact that there is a church that has Asmodeus, Godclaw, but he's got a shrine in the town now, and that's protected. So, tomato, give a little, get a little.
I can't imagine you'd have a great number of Asmodean followers in a frontier area. That's more of an inner city deity.
More than you'd expect, apparently.
Are they?
There were a few. They were actually quite happy that we about the dealings and how it all went. Obviously,
Yeah,
they're nice enough people. They're just questionable who they worship.
I think in just equal number of accounts of people finding out that there are evil god cult worshippers and being burnt alive in town squares. There are, that's commonplace. What, you worship this demon lord? Well, you must be a witch. You string them up, especially in a place like this. You have 1,000, 2,000 people here, oh, that definitely gets you killed.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
The future got more colorful in this town. You know, actually, I was
It's
about to say,
actually-
you know, it went good. No one got on fire, and then I realized, no, that's unfortunately not true. Well, no one I liked caught on fire. So things seem to be going all right.
Every little thing.
it's at least fortunate none of you guys are tiefling-blooded. Though, honestly, I know a lot of stories of goblins just being eradicated for being goblins, if I am completely truthful with you.
I mean,
Though...
being from Eladier, yeah. Sorry, Grit.
Grit nods. He's aware of the history of this area and the Order of the Nail, and how they and goblins get along, generally speaking.
There's also huge areas where having fiendish blood is punishable by death, especially in the southern continent. You show up with horns, there's a good chance you're just executed. Like, and by executed, I mean someone throws a brick at your head, and then they just kind of get rid of you.
We like to think we make a safe town that's very inclusive, and we're really going to be testing that as these days come.
Here's your part. Northern, just the north. Anywhere north is bad. If you're not being butchered by barbarians because you breathed, you're getting killed by other monstrosities or the demons. Everywhere north's awful.
Aren't there weird, like,
Go
living
north.
machines from the north or something?
Numeria unto itself, for all effective purposes, it's illegal to be alive in Numeria and punishable by death, which can be enacted by anything else that is alive. That's essentially Numeria.
Grit's looking back and forth between you and his brain. The gears in his brain are like, I have no idea what you're talking about, but man, I'm going to be picking your brain later about it.
Numeria is the barbarian homelands, along with other bizarre anomalies that we don't have fully documented in my land. But there are several regions where hospitality isn't even a word, I believe, that's known.
Makes sense.
Honestly, I think it's only a matter of time. If the Hell Knights hadn't gotten caught up in the Crusades against the Wound, I figure it's only a matter of time before they mobilize and just begin conquering that region. Because there is nothing lawful and seldom anything good that comes from Numeria.
That sounds spooky.
As you're talking, the portal behind you flicks open. Or flicks on.
It dives through.
But Moira's like, okay, we'll pick this up later, one moment. Ah!
Duran grabs Moira and just hammer throws her through the portal.
The Dream Gate, that's what this one was. It has butterflies on it.
I was thinking earlier, I was going to mention it. It's probably Dream because that's where we had all the Desna shit.
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah. Yeah, we definitely fly on through as that flickers open.
Alright, well, you guys go through, and once again you were in the dual hallways where you guys had fought the hag and seen that corrupted dream tree. Or hags, I should say. And exiting out the other side, You are met, by a pair of, by Hazel and her goblins who are holding up, the star knife that is the activator to the portal.
It goes, of course, immediately to check on them to see how they're doing.
You arrived. In our haste, I feel this plan was questionable. Either way, there has been events.
We've heard. Is she?
She would wave you guys to move out of the cave. Outside, while crude, a rough stone walkway leading up to the cliff face has been carved out. It is by no means refined, but it is at least wide and at least has a 5-foot width, so you don't have to climb up a cliff face over a perilous drop into treacherous waters.
Yay!
It was peculiar, to say the least.
So, full disclosure, on the other side, we were given information about your attack. And that you were attacked. How is everyone?
I guess attack would be the... Once you guys are up on the cliff face, she would continue. Some sort of creature appeared. Humanoid, but I don't know what it was. It was robed and its face was a spiral of something or another.
Was not one of the generals wearing a spiral helmet?
Yeah.
If you have... anyway, we were entertaining other guests who'd arrived, and this creature came floating down from the sky. Belmazog addressed it defensively, and it wished to speak to the town leader or mayor. I forgot the term the humans use, something like that, governor. And Bell tried to question them, and I wasn't in them. There was some sort of word exchanged. But Bell tried to face it, and it didn't last very long. The creature just fired some kind of beams from its fingers, and that was that. The guests engaged, but were incapacitated, though it didn't use the beams against them. Other kinds of magic or supernatural abilities, they were knocked out, but they I don't know. It was like it wasn't trying to kill them. They then talked to the human for a while, and the human came out of their dwelling, and they said the creature was gone. The peculiar thing is that whatever magics it did seems to still be affecting Balbazog.
So... Okay, so it wasn't disintegrate. Okay. Moira starts breathing again.
So,
It happened
Grit,
a couple days ago, but there's been burns appearing on them and a couple cuts. I mean, Belmazog is cold at this point, but they keep showing new wounds. I don't normally deal with the dead. We dispose of ours back at home.
thank you for... Grit starts going into explaining to Hazel the nature of the Hell Knight. More or less a bridge version of what they are. A knight that a tyrannical knighthood that very much worships law, and one of their wizards found reason to pursue us and found fault in Belmazog specifically, but was not given leave to hurt anyone else deeply. And
Well,
don't know what else to say, really.
I suppose when you're a tyrant that butchers dozens of people, then you get butchered by a bigger tyrant. Well, she might have been trying to improve themselves, but this was a consequence that was coming to the creature.
Yeah.
I know you guys have befriended Belle, but it still wasn't long ago till that she was having me work my people to death. It was hard to find pity.
Grit kind of nods and shrugs a bit. Like, hey, I get it, but he looks Moira and Flynn. Yeah, they do good work.
Yeah. Well, for what it's worth, it seems to have upset her old people. Even, yeah, we haven't touched the body from when it happened. We don't know what the magics are or what it's doing.
There. Burns and cuts are just appearing. Still, that's... Religion check? Question mark?
Right off the bat, at the description, if you are trained in religion or nature, you can make a check to know what might have occurred.
I have no clue.
Well, I am trained, so I'm gonna try, but
I didn't know.
it's not going to be good.
Rolling that
Oh.
checkup.
Well, you guys were also. All right. Grit, they hit him with the green beam of death.
Green beam of death. Abracadabra. You heard it, guys.
You're done.
Abracadabra.
Lorelei, Giron, and Moira would all know this as the current spell called Execute, very recently known as Finger of Death. You actually would know it is generally a primal and divine spell.
That'd be why Grit doesn't know. He's not a wizard. He's a wizard. He doesn't know not wizard spells.
It is powerful magics.
Though you guys would know while it just kills someone, the fact that they are showing new wounds doesn't make any sense. Moira, you can make a religion check on that.
Another religion check.
Actually, you'll say, Unmei and Jiran, you may make an occult check.
Oh.
Then Grit, you can try for anyone to train in religion or occult can also make one. Alright, Jiran's a master. Makes sense.
Yes.
Alright. Alright. Moira, Jiran, and Unmei. Moira specifically, you would gather there's likely something going on with their soul in their passing. Jiran and Unmei, you have, in your occultism check, you have heard of instances where a spirit, after leaving the body, is assailed and comes into combat, and the wounds suffered from the spirit can be reflective on the corpse of the creature.
Jiran will look to Unmei. Are you thinking of what I am thinking?
Yeah, but I don't know how we're gonna put them back together.
Thanks, brain.
So, Grit is assured that he actually does recognize what this is. He was hit with a variation of this weird teleport magic that altered the minds of everyone everywhere else. And her soul got teleported somewhere else, and we gotta find it.
Would it be unreasonable for Moira to think, are they fighting over her soul? Like trying to get dibs in before Pharasma says one way or the other?
You guys are privy at least to the fact that Belmazog is a unique creature. And the terminology used, that Aket said that Melgos used of it being an avatar of a dark god isn't too far off. Keep in mind, Belmazog is normally supposed to be a little 3-foot-tall bogart.
Toad.
Yeah.
Yeah, not like a 6'5" blue dragon creature.
And we're just gonna good omens this bitch.
And you said that we were privy to the fact that the wounds present from her life or actively being done to her soul?
You guys with your knowledge of spirits and like death whatnot have seen in research instances where a creature died and their soul, their spirit afterwards, almost like their ghost or like their otherworldly existence, ends up in conflict, and the wounds that are being suffered on their actual spirit appear in a spooky manner on their actual body. It is something you guys would have learned in your extensive study, but nothing you guys have seen. It is a very strange occurrence, but one that is documented.
I have been made known of this from my son. She still yet fights. But for what or how, only her soul knows. Her spirit is in conflict. But it is safe to assume she is not out of our reach just yet.
Moira walks a little quicker.
Unmei,
Not too fast so as to be unsafe, but
could you specifically try to seek her out?
we're still like on the way to town at this point, right?
As you guys are nearing town, you guys actually outside the town see the kneeling figure of Belmazog remaining outside the town.
Wait a minute. You didn't mention she literally was so tough. She still stayed on her feet after her death.
Girl just fucking rock lead.
All right, that's impressive.
Yeah, they are on one knee, their legs spread out, and one hand is on the ground. When you said it was a person, the wizard person fired the first beam, it seemed to wound them significantly. And before they could catch it, they used it again and they just stopped moving. We thought it might have been some kind of, I don't know, paralysis or stun, but I've never seen anything like that. Sorry, you were saying something, Lorelai?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, my bad.
For me, when Jiron asked if I could seek the spirit out individually, is there any combination of automatic writing, augury, clairvoyance, and scrying to be able to mix to be able to do that? Because automatic writing into itself isn't, I don't guarantee who the hell I'm getting. I can just choose kind of the knowledge I want.
Yeah, all of mine are pretty random too. I just wasn't sure if anybody had a method.
Like, I don't have speak with dead, sadly. But then we need a body, and there's no body.
Yeah,
There is a body.
Oh no, okay, that was...
No, there's someone like basically kneeling down with, I said, their legs are a bit spread out, their hands against the ground.
I mean, I also don't have that anyway.
yeah. If I was the one who killed her, then I could potentially reach it.
If only you'd cut off her head.
That's what I needed.
But yeah, as you guys.
Not to retrain that.
So what spells? I mean, I have no idea. Offhand, what you're talking.
Any combination of automatic writing, augury, clairvoyance, and scrying.
Let me see. There.
Level 4 spells do I have? Have to have. And I can get rid of that one.
Let's see. Future is that tells you the future.
But no, so they're all just what you call it, divine or divination related. So it's any combination of that. Talking corpse. Okay.
So you would need the spell,
Talking corpse. I know. If I want to
Yeah.
ask the corpse directly like that, I know. I don't have that. I do not have that spell.
Yeah, no worries. You have lots of stuff, but nothing that really like.
Why not? So I was asking if I could combine anything.
I'm like, I'm trying to like jury rig it in my head, but I'm like, I'm not seeing it. Like,
Do you have any kind of ward spells or spells that would cause like deflections of any kind? Maybe you can try to ward away other spirits and try an automatic writing?
nope.
Oh. So wait a minute. Belbazog doesn't, I imagine, have all her writings on her, does she? Like, she wouldn't be carrying around everything she owns at all times.
No.
Where does she keep her stuff?
You know, they had a small knapsack with them. It'd likely be in the town. Would you rather just ask that right now? Hazel would be like, Belmazog had a specific structure they stayed in. Anything they had would probably be in there.
I have an idea that might help. Grit's gonna go, if they lead him, he'd like to try and find one of the holy books that she's been perusing lately. I think the one of Iori had really...
Yeah.
Not Iori. Was it Iori that really caught her interest lately?
Yeah, Iori.
Yeah. So Grit's gonna look for that. Let's go to see maybe if we use the automatic writing in like one of the back or blank pages of it. It's attached to her. It's attached to her religious interests. Maybe that might help bridge a connection. Maybe find something to do with that. At least limit the possibilities.
Oh, if that's good, I can just take, a chunk of the body.
We don't want to chunk the body.
Well, here's the thing. You can take a chunk of the body, but what are you doing with that with automatic writing? I guess you can make ink out of that chunk of the body. We're using a personal object in affectation.
I'm down to try.
That we can try and use with it. That's at least the notion I'm thinking.
Yeah, so I'm down to try. It won't hurt. I'll just
just using alternatives. If not just using the spell, let's use creative applications of their belongings, maybe.
Yeah.
I would like to medicine check to see if notice anything else about body, especially like if it's somehow not showing any signs of outside wear that I would normally expect to see.
So, yeah, getting close and examining the body, there are various burn wounds across Bell. You would actually have imagined it looks like they got in some kind of firefight with someone using spells that produce flame spell and just hitting them again and again and again. You also see a number of fairly deep lacerations on her, everything from cheek to shoulders, that looked like claw marks, but there's no blood flowing from them. Seemingly like they were done post-mortem.
Nothing showing up as I'm watching.
As you're initially watching, there is nothing, but at one point you do see a new burn appear on her forearm.
The cuts. I imagine by this point, I would be pretty familiar at identifying cuts from, say, claws versus weaponry. Yeah?
Let's see.
I have suspicions.
Yeah, you would gather they're definitely like, they seem like animalistic cuts, but they are like claw marks, but they are large in size. So if these are like claws, they are a good sized creature's claws.
About the size of the creature that Flynn claps the ribcage of? If I had to guess,
Flynn clapped the
hawk.
It was a ribcage. It was a temple. You know, tomato, tomato.
Well, was the temple built around like the mortal remains of Dahak, right?
No, that I mean, the whole building was basically made of Dahak. Something of that size wouldn't leave claw marks, it'd leave like smush marks.
Okay.
There. But still looks like someone's going to butt whooped by a dragon.
Make
Dragon
an
is?
arcane check.
I don't have Arcana.
Let me actually see. Actually would be.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I have these things trained, but Moira's the one looking at this now.
Yeah. I got no Arcana, so.
I'm too busy retrieving a book.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Alright, well. Grit, you're able, Hezra would show you to where, Bell had been staying, despite like a number of like pieces of building equipment. You find, the holy text of Irory.
All right, I pick that up and I bring her bag as well, and try not to go through it to anything more than that for that specific personal affection. I don't know how sentimental Belle might be, but hey, I respect her enough to try not to go through her things yet, like some bandit. But yeah, bringing the holy book back to Unmei, saying maybe there's some way we can spiritually tie this and your automatic writing.
You know, while Grit was out, since he's taking time to do that, I would use augury to see about, you know, what will be the success of trying this.
Yeah, let me see. Did it augury? I got my writing. Voodoo. All right. You get a mixed response.
Well, fuck it, might as well try.
Yeah.
All right. Is anyone else doing anything, or everyone just spectating?
Giron would also make an attempt. His is much more random and unlikely, but hey. Why the hell not?
Religion check to know if there's some way that I could for sure. Oh, okay.
Real quick, what was John saying? Sorry.
Giron would go and retrieve some of his family's skulls from the saddle and then place them around
Balmazog.
but yeah, my brain literally had the biggest fart ever. Belmazog, and would go about trying his own attempt as well. Literally, this town is full of fucking dead souls, so
That's fair.
it'll be a Hail Mary, but who knows?
What are you using,
Yeah.
John?
Just consult the spirits.
And Grit would also pass you Belmazog's bag in case you want to find any personal affectation that you think might help. Give it a lean. Make it 55% instead of 50%.
Yeah. Why not? Yeah, Giron will try to suffer through for something.
Because the way I look at it is this. When Grit was doing the resurrection ceremonies, he had to make a society check. He literally had to write the annotations and the deeds of the fallen to bring the person back from the dead, tie their soul to that. So clearly, if someone's memories are attached to a body, at least on a ritualistic level, so their personal affectations might help.
All right. I will do Giron's first because you're doing it while you're going to get the stuff, and then Ume's was doing the augury. Roll a secret occultism check, Giron.
Secret.
Okay, Giron would whisper to himself, calling the departed spirits of those of my blood, Lady of Graves. And then he'd go on to his normal routine.
All right. How long does it take for you to?
10 minutes.
10 minutes.
It tends to be the default.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems like. Which I know Ume is doing the auger right now. John doing that. He's getting the thing. Flynn, Lorelei, are you guys doing anything, or just hanging out?
I have not versed in magic
True.
at all, so if anyone needs help, assistance in any way I can go collect stuff, but
Religion check to know if there's any possible way I could, not communicate with, but just message Bell Spirit.
You would need some kind of spell or ability that lets you contact spirits.
Fair.
They do exist, but they tend to oftentimes be in the occultism field. You're boring. You just talk to You just talk to gods and
Yeah.
devils.
Well, barring that, Moira would just get up next to Belle, and it would probably start as just whispering in her ear, but would probably get more animated as she goes. But hey, I don't know if you can hear me, but you gotta fight him. You're stronger than he is. Yeah, he made you what you were, but only because he needed you to get out. You have more power over him than he does over you, so fucking fight him! Besides, you still gotta come back and put Flynn in his place.
Damn.
If anyone's going to be able to do it, eventually it's you.
As well, as Grit is off picking up the stuff, and then other people start casting. More is talking to the body. A number of other denizens of the Mwangi head out to meet you guys. Let's see. Among them, though, are two you do not recognize, who actually rushed to you guys specifically, pausing as they see these spellcasters casting, and sitting across from Duran and the skulls, and beginning to chant in a similar manner to the way Duran does in Ixie. Iruxi. Close enough.
Yeah.
Iruxi.
Perception check for family resemblance.
You succeed. Yes.
Okay. They're just little Durans.
They look just like him.
What's it called? They both seem rather wounded, but obviously able to move around. And as that finishes, just above the kneeling corpse, you see an image of Belmazon, but it seems to be fighting. You cannot see what it is fighting.
Is this just Duran or everybody that can see it? Okay.
A whole lot of you see it.
Duran's doing his little ritual thing.
Well, you finish and you can finish doing your ritual. John, you can open your eyes and see.
Did my ritual or did my spell fail or?
The fact you can conduct with the creature.
Well, I just got here, bro. Someone's gonna give her a pep talk. It looks like she needs it now.
What's called? Great, you see on your arrival, there are two lizard men sitting across from Duran. Their attentions are also drawn to the creature, and they both speak in Iruxi.
Today's gotten more curious. Okay. Yeah, alrighty, so, Try to figure out. So we're all looking at this, we're all looking at a fighting bell ghost?
Hmm?
Mm-hmm. Duran would look to the other two. Oh, fuck that. I need to set Duran as my mane because it always says it's chic.
Shajik is the main character here.
If I wave my hand in front of where Belle is fighting, do I feel anything?
You, the area near Bell is actually awkward as you approach. The immediate area is actually very cold, but there are moments of hot flashes as you move your hand over it, like alarmingly warm flashes.
I have ghost touch things, so.
Oh, okay. Are you touching?
Yeah, I try to touch whatever it is that Belle is fighting to see if this is just like an illusion or what.
You don't feel anything in front of Belle. Whatever it is it's engaged with obviously doesn't seem to be a spirit itself. Though, at one point, if you allowed, Belle would bump into your hand and actually recoil, obviously having felt your hand, but not seemingly aware of your presence.
Interesting. Well, I don't want to get in the way of a fight.
Question: does anybody know how to set active character now that they got rid of that little speech bubble thing?
I think you just click on it. What's it?
Just click on your picture.
Yeah, I think.
No, I mean it works if you only have one character, but if you have two characters open.
Yeah. Like if I want to change to Sierra, I click on Sierra. And then when it's me, I click on me, and yeah, it changes.
Oh well, yeah, that worked actually. I don't know why it didn't work before, but hell.
Thanks, Kate.
Thank you. Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, well. Yeah, this fight looks like it's kind of going dire.
Right. And then, Unmei, your spell would finish, and you know that there is the mixed reaction of if you attempt the automatic rating. So you're now looking at a ghost.
No, I don't think there's so much of reason to do automatic writing if the ghost is right in front of us.
Ta-da!
Stop your fight and write my damn book.
You see a big old sigh, and then sit down and pick up the pen. Just getting baffled in the side of the face.
I know you're in the middle of battle, but I just need you to sign a few of these papers here. Sign them here.
I've been trying to reach you about your card morning.
Is that linebacker doing math homework during the game?
Dude, we're sorry, Balmazog. We were not able to reach you. This is the Ivory Soul Contact Center. Talk about your soul's extended warranty.
Alright.
It looks like she's struggling.
We have but short time.
Any ideas how to help?
I can interact with her, but not whatever she's fighting.
Make a occultism check, Unmei.
Yeah, I'd do something, but I don't think I have anything.
I gave her a pep talk. I don't know if it did anything, but
Maybe you can give her a pep talk now. Looks like now is a good time for a pep talk.
wait. If I grab on to Flynn, can I use his ghost touch to get ghost words?
Ghost worms?
That's what I thought I heard too. And I was like, you want ghost worms?
With a D.
You know, if you use automatic writing right now, the results would be different than normal, but you're not sure what they would be. They could likely be very bad, but they will definitely be different.
I mean, I could put some soothing blossoms on the ground. Maybe the ghost will feel the benefit of them. Persistent.
My
persistent
feet were
recovery.
bothering me.
Yeah, it's persistent damage. Yeah. Disease, poison, and persistent damage for 10 minutes. Could soothe her, maybe.
Question: do I feel like this was a phenomenal success at reaching her spirit, or was this just a general success of reaching her spirit?
This is alarmingly. This is not the normal outcome. Normally, the spirit would come and address you and this and that. What you are experiencing now is very different, but it is much stronger than a normal failed. When you fail, you can't consult a spirit. How you've got some spirit locked in some conflict is different.
Would it? Could I still soothe the body?
Yeah, you
Like-
can try.
Okay. So I'll do that.
Can you link the spell for me, one way or the other?
Yeah.
All right. So Lorelai makes flowers appear everywhere. Yay!
Super helpful.
Oh yeah.
Though you guys do notice the spirit reacts, only momentarily checking a couple wounds before seemingly dodging something and slashing out with her claws.
Hey.
I got nothing
Oh.
of divination or divine.
Try to keep her feeling good for 10 minutes.
Okay, so a bridge is happening here, kind of. That's kind of cool.
Nice.
Maybe affect the body, affect the spirit? I don't know.
I don't know that
Well-
she's already kind of in a weird stabilized state, right? So, like a stabilized spell wouldn't do anything either.
I mean, she's in active combat.
The spirit is that that as a whole, the body is super dead,
Okay.
but it is also taking damage.
Anyone want to pop a heal spell in and see what happens?
Hey, you know what? I have a full fucking slew of because we haven't cast anything today.
Oh, stupid
Well,
cheaty,
I haven't.
your stupid cheaty cleric free heals.
Yeah.
And I have some heals too afterwards, if we need them. Yeah, get the blossoms going.
All right.
Just give the little sun a little time to shine.
There is a noticeable change in Balmazog's demeanor for the moment when the heal comes through. And the spirit takes on a slightly glowing hue to it. It seems as though they mouth something, but no words come out.
Perception to read lips.
Yeah.
There's a
Or is-
reading lips in
is-
Pathfinder too.
Oh, there is a feat for that? Damn.
No, I think it might just be a skill check.
Oh,
Oh wait, no, it is a feat.
damn.
And it's based on society, actually.
Ah, damn.
Gross.
Gross. I like that response. That's usually what I say. What? It's gross.
Hey, Grit.
Mm-hmm.
What if you hand her the stone?
Oh.
Out of curiosity.
So Grit carefully. So he's looking at the body, and he slides the agate stone, his black agate, into her fist in the floor. Trying not to touch her, just in case.
There is unfortunately not a change in the spirit's demeanor.
I just think at the stone, put his ass in the ground.
Unfortunately, there's no response to your gesture.
Damn. And yeah, okay. It was worth a shot.
Okay. Doesn't go that far.
Can you find something?
Yeah, you know your spell only lasts so long as well.
Yes. If it's active, he's going to try to get creative. He doesn't really understand it too much, but he's going to put his finger in the dirt before him, in between him and Belmazog, and draw a little swirl. And then he'll get down on his hands and knees and then place his forehead to the swirl and start praying. By the way, this is no mechanical thing. This is literally just an idea. I mean, it may be a mechanical thing. Who knows? You're the GM. Anyway.
If I enlarge the body.
I haven't.
The two almost identical lizards mimic Giron's gesture on either side of him.
That would be addressed at...
Yep.
And he would begin to pray in his native tongue. Lady of Graves, please. I am new to your teachings, but I ask that you find the soul, the spirit of this Belmazog, in need of further development. Please find her, guide her beyond this trial. I believe that there is more for her spirit to grow into, and I hope that you see it this way as well.
As Giron speaks in Uruksi, he gets only a word in. Well, he says a few words in Uruksi, and almost in an eerie sense, both the other lizards say the same few words in response. And after Giron begins a longer speak, only a word or two in, the other two lizards begin speaking in perfect synergy with Giron. As they do, the spirit of Belmazog seems to look around as if trying to find someone. And in a ghostly, echoey word, you all hear the word fighting in a ethereal Belmazog-y tone that echoes over itself as it speaks.
Grit turns to Unmei. Hey, yeah, that one. Do you still have that one magic thing you do where you steal someone's speed and give it to someone else's?
Yeah,
Can you give her my speed?
I can try.
Let's see if the bridge is open.
The hatches are open. Real quick, is there an animal around here?
There's two, at least.
Oh no!
Do I see like a bird or a bug?
Make a perception check.
Nah, she needs a hero speed, not some fucking bugs.
Speed is
All
speed.
right. Bug hate.
Looking up, there is a seagull flying overhead.
This is way funnier.
I am going.
You can
Oh,
trans-
have that porter, that seagull make a fortitude save. If it's, let's see. What is
Does it roll a 20? No! You notice the seagull suddenly not know how to flap its wing and go diving off the cliff.
You know,
It wouldn't go off the cliff into the water, but it definitely eats it into the tall grass some few dozen meters away.
I like to imagine that, like, it's just flying along fine, but then, like, you know when the wind goes opposite of a bird and the bird just kind of, like, stays in place in the sky?
Oh yeah.
Imagine, like, all of a sudden it stops moving and there's no wind. It's just, like, not moving forward.
My thought is it just pretty much like stalled.
You see, like, little puffs of smoke puttering out of its butt as it falls.
The seagull has eaten into the ground, like I said, say like 30 feet away.
Okay, I take it back. That is a way better answer than
Well, Belmazog seems to move a bit more spryly in the fighting.
well, they're hasted for a minute.
I could only affect Bella if anything were to happen, I'm assuming.
John will look to the fellow Luxi and then look to the party. I believe all we can do is try to support her in this time. She is fighting, and ultimately, if she wins, she will return. If she does not, this is her end.
Well, I got all my healing spells. I got buffs.
Okay. Do you think?
Go ahead.
Like, do you think if I cast enlarge, her spirit will also grow?
Don't know what the rules are. Let's find out.
You can feel the healing, so maybe.
Well, shortly after Unmei's seagull strength affects Belmazog, Belmazog seems to pause, breathing heavily, still not like glancing around, but no longer seeming to be in combat, though they are taking deep breaths and still have their guard up, as they are looking around, puzzled.
Just in case Grid casts, can't remember what it's called offhand. The one that gives an extra 30-foot movement speed for a minute.
All right.
If she needs to run, I don't know if she got ambushed or what their situation is, but if she needs to be mobile, she's gonna be mobile.
They look at their feet, testing it, and taking a few hops, And take a few breaths, holding up their hands as if they're ready to fight again, but are not actively fighting. Jiran, you know you can still ask, communicate with the spirit a few more times, but your spell is going to end soon.
Belmazog, do you fight your past god?
You guys notice, the spirit, perk up again and, nod, and in that same ethereal, echoey voice, she replies, "Yes, they keep coming."
Despite what they think.
What does clumsy affect exactly?
Dexterity.
Okay, so clumsy 1. Okay. I could try the enlarge. It would give her, if it works, she'd be clumsy 1, but she'd increase her reach by 5 feet and a +2 status bonus to melee damage for 5 minutes.
Yeah, is she currently in the thing keeps coming back, so we got to figure out how to save her soul. That might help. That definitely should help a bit for the fight.
Okay.
All right.
I cast enlarge.
I'll manifest it on myself. Okay.
Suddenly, you guys see Belmazog hold up her hands, and burn marks appear, or all of her arms, and burn marks appear on her forearms once more. And the ghost begins lobbing punches and claws again at the unknown assailant, though their disposition is more like horizontal, eye level, versus the more upward motions you guys had seen them doing prior.
All right, that definitely helped. Wonder if you have a way to make her not burn so much. It looks like she could use it.
I mean, I can keep throwing on heals.
You guys would notice there is the burn marks, but they do not seem to be consistently festering, likely due to the spell that Lorelei had cast earlier. That fights persistent damage.
The healy weely.
And also, what?
But there are still noticeable wounds on her. And there was after the last heal spell as well, but many of them had vanished.
I'm gonna give her a regenerate.
Damn.
So each, whatever counts as a turn, she just gets 15 HP. For a minute.
You have the regenerate spell?
I have regenerate? Yeah.
Damn.
Just got it.
Yeah, level 7.
Just got it.
Nice.
And Calmon still doesn't have his hand.
We haven't seen
Damn.
Calmon since I got it.
Yeah, he's dead.
As far as we know, he's working on a farm.
Yeah,
That doesn't make it any better.
He went to go work on the farm. Yeah, that's right. He's out on the farm.
Yeah, he's a farmhand because he can't be a farmhands.
It's just like that gerbil you had when you were 6. Oh, that gerbil's out there on the farm too, man.
I never had a gerbil.
But Moira had a gerbil. I'm making it canon. You can't stop me.
It's a happy
I can't.
Oh damn. What's that, Ruben? You say something?
Oh no, I said damn.
No. What? Well, the wounds are closing. Duran, you know the spell is about to end.
Okay, perfect. I have one last thing to say to her. Nobel Mazak. Flynn once told you that you should find a way to fight for your own. Please, make your own choices. This battle, you only fight for you. Are you going to let this bastard god tell you that you can't live? Or will you overcome?
You hear in an echoing voice one last time. Haven't stopped yet. And then the word discipline momentarily as the image fades. Whatever more of the statement is lost.
Rory looks it over at Flynn. It's a hell of a student you have.
She'll be fine.
What's Iori's religious phrase thing? Catchphrase? Dogma?
Catchphrase.
Hey!
Off the top of my head, I don't know.
Well, you can probably find it in the book. Look through the book.
Yeah.
Who's reading it? She probably said something along those lines.
Oh yeah. It opens the book.
Well, in the book, it goes over how the followers of Iori constantly strive for physical and mental perfection to help others perfect themselves. And in trying to achieve a perfect state, they should practice discipline and be humble.
Oh.
That the rewards, what's it called, and such, are just the ascension of mortal bodies, while displeasing the god usually results in spontaneous cramps and fatigue and such.
Discipline and humility. Okay. Also stretching in the water.
Iori is bothered by unhealthy behavior, self-destructive behavior, destruction of his historical texts, which is, and then repeatedly failing to maintain self-control.
Hey. Well, she was talking about discipline, so yeah, definitely is riding that. So how do we get her soul out of the clutches of the dragon thing? Because looks like that fight's going to be going on a while.
Yeah. More, you can make a religion check.
Religion. Wait. Wait.
What? Belmazog's giant problem right now is that they're dead.
Ah.
Damn, yeah.
It's really inconvenient.
I never thought about that.
All right, so I think we know the answer to this.
Best way I know of. Do we currently have the liquid funds on us?
I'm pretty sure when we bring the body back to the Dwarven stronghold, they have ways.
We would have to carry her through Sagarok.
Yeah, we have Shashik.
We do have Bag of Holding also. Will she fit in the bag?
I look at the cubic feet inside there. Yeah, she'll fit around the stuff. So we can definitely fit her. Okay, so resurrections are quick. We gotta get this going. The longer she fights, the longer her soul gets beaten. Is, I believe, the equation we have figured out.
Yeah. Check on her ever so often. Hit her with a heal. Hopefully that still affects her. Without Jiron's craziness going. That was amazing.
Yeah, actually, on that notion, there's more of you now, and you do weird magic.
Yes. About that. Jiron would approach the two, and he would attempt to shove one of them over as hard as he can.
I think it's athletics check?
Yeah, he would go for an athletics check.
All right. Almost instinctively, as you move to push one, they brace, and the other one moves to brace the one you're pushing. This results in both of them falling over.
And then he would fall on top of them.
Even the thudding sound they make as they hit the ground under the large lizard is almost eerily sounded at the same time. The complaints to get off also are spoken in unison.
No chance at all. I have not seen you in so many days. I'm just grateful that it's you two who are together.
They comment in unison, they are still wounded, it hurts.
Jiron would get off of them and then extend a hand to help them both.
Did they say that in common?
What's it called? Yes, as Jiron speaks in common, they speak in common. Honestly, despite the fact that you extend a hand to each, both of them grab your right hand. One grabbing the hand, other one grabbing the wrist of that hand.
Mm-hmm. Seems about right.
As they're standing, Moira is immediately there next to them. Someone said wounded.
they turn to you and, again, in the same matching eerie tone, they say the creature, and then pause, each of them gesturing to the other. They kind of bicker for a moment, and then you notice they make a few claw hand gestures to one another before one finally speaks and says, "The flying swirl monster attacked us," and then the other one responding, "but didn't kill, just," the first one replies, "knocked us out."
Very few of my children would have been able to handle that situation. But these two together, they are equivalent to more than just two.
Moira is already going about doing medicine check while they are doing the sibling bickering.
This is my...
If I need to reroll, I will. For DC 30.
They both seem to have suffered some level of concussive, like large bruising. But unlike most spells you do, there's no kind of like elemental signs, like no frostbite or burns. It seems that they were just hit with a large amount of concussive energy. They have bruises on their rib cage and on the backs of their lizard heads.
Nothing that needs like actual mending. It's like, yeah, it's a little tender, but
no, they have damage on them. They have noticeable damage on them.
From Jiran.
What's it called? It is likely they have like some cracked ribs, each of them. But again, it was something that it seems, with your knowledge of like wounds and especially what magic can do, this seemed intentionally non-lethal.
Like just meant to intentionally take them out of the fight.
Correct.
Yeah.
Non-lethal spell is a meta magic feat.
Mm-hmm.
Terrifying.
Mm-hmm. It's a fireball. It knocks you out.
I was wearing oil-soaked rags.
Well, my companions, these are two of my offspring. He is Chito and she is Jyoti.
That was Jyoti and Chito.
Each of them nod. They go to speak again and again speak at the same time, pausing, and Jyoti, who had spoken first last time, points to Jito, who says, "We were exploring area and heard rumors of one that resembled father, and we came to investigate and found the people who knew him. We were talking when the monster appeared."
It's good you are here. If only to give your poor father a wound or a heal of his broken heart, not seeing his children for so long.
Moira starts pulling bandages from her staff.
You stay. The villagers say you come through magic, and you're not from here, or don't stay here now.
It is a complicated situation. I spoke
What
of
about the castle?
I spoke of the ring, yes.
Hmm.
Well, it seems that my companions here are the keepers of said ring.
Who has it?
I do not know yet. They do not keep that let me to that information. All I know is they use it on these stone portals.
Oh.
Gonna hero
One
point
that-
that medicine check.
All right.
Hey,
Hey.
I'm gonna pass it.
that's probably enough to top him off.
I'm very happy with himself at the moment. He has nothing to add or refute Duran about.
As one, they both turn to Grit and say, "We want to see Castle."
Yeah. I'm gonna give you a tour.
Hold. What of your mothers? What is going on? Why are you out here?
They both shrug. After they begin, and just decide to both speak. After you left, most of us left.
But this is specifically against what I asked you to do.
They both look away in opposite directions. Sirek still is at home, but
I'm glad to know that I left the one I could trust the most in charge.
Moira is doing her best to not just break out laughing.
Grit leads in. Did he just wake up last?
Moira tries harder.
I don't think that is likely.
But
Well, Duran, you should be proud. They are mischievous and awesome. Also, we will cast magic. Always a plus.
They've always been very adept at mimicry. So it is good that they are here. I'm sure that your presence did not disappoint your ancestors.
they both shake their head. And each of them make a gesture as two small lizards come running out of the tall grass, each climbing over onto one of the siblings' shoulders. They say ancestors are happy. They say in unison.
I see you've been pulling new tricks since I last saw you. Now, who are these ones?
They
Great interrupts. Oh, sorry.
What?
I was gonna say, great interrupts. You heard them. They're your ancestors. I heard people shrink when they get older.
Gerardo would consider it for a moment. No. He shakes his head. Oh,
But why we're back screwed up on this?
around Balthazar. Those are ancestors. Ancestors are dead.
Oh.
Are you not their ancestor? You're alive.
You don't have word for what we consider ancestor.
Okay.
Those who came
As
before,
they-
those who have passed.
As they name their two lizards, you actually recognize both names as ancient members of your lineage, who were definitely not fucking little lizards.
This is a concern. I have shards of one of your skulls on my lizard. Chachik carries you. What is this?
Joti comments, the ancestors sent them to guide us. Jito nodding, they are the embodiment of, and they repeat the names in Iroxi again. Longer, more savage names than Jiran.
Your egglings and your newfangled methods of worship. This was not a thing when I was young.
Maybe you just didn't know about it.
If you were trained in a cult, you could make an occult check.
One of the few checks I can actually make. Unlike Sam.
I know Sam can't make anything.
He's not here.
All right. Well, you would know the art they pick is an old magic art passed down to your people, where a messenger of an ancient ancestor reaches out and guides their student, a youngling with the keen ability to learn its craft, developing them into a powerful shaman, guided by the ancestors. Unmei, you know these two are witches.
The bitches.
Hey,
That's me.
I hear they love cannons.
They're not just little moo shoes.
powerful moose.
Yeah, the ancient shamans, as you know them, Jiran, or the spinner of thread, which is, as you know them, Unmei, are met with a familiar that is guided by that's basically the embodiment of an ancient relative or ancestor, oftentimes. It could also be sent by Pharasma or one of the other gods of magic. Jiran, you would know it's like definitely your ancestors who on rare occasions come down and guide the newer generation to become powerful casters. Unmei, you would know that most witches have a belief of what's guiding them, but it is exceptionally rare one ever knows for sure.
Did Gororo put this upon you? Did he teach you these?
They came to us, said we were big in the mind and we could learn much, and they have taught us much.
Well, I am grateful that you have been blessed by our ancestors in such a way. I just have not experienced myself.
We are the first in generations.
Well, let it not be said that I did not have exceptional children. But let it be you introduced to the party. And you would go introducing everybody
Having a party?
directly.
Oh yeah, party
As
time.
Moira finishes up the bandaged jobs. Just
They make a gesture and cast out. When you create a great net, a few of the fishes are exceptional.
Now, don't you speak ill of your brothers and sisters.
Several of them are exceptional.
Unarmed attack to the back of their head.
Oh
Oh god.
And they're dead.
no! Spinal cord severed.
Okay, hard slap to the back of the head. I don't have my. Wait, do I have unarmed damage?
Yeah, no, it's enough to like rattle their brains.
Don't you get shamanistic with me now. Those
Warrior
are respects
smash.
you speak. You show them respect like you show your ancestors.
Moira smacks Jiron with her staff. I just fixed that.
And then he realizing that he only hit one of them, he makes sure to hit the other one in the back of the head too.
What was that for, Daddy? Just in case.
They gotta run, but they're too late. The two of them speak out. You needed to cast, the other replying, magic on the blue one.
Ah, yes. This, your brother has spoken that this is within our history. I imagine, as becoming magically adept as you are, you can assist.
We could try. If any of you are trained in society, you may make a society check.
I am now trained in society.
I actually think I am.
Do we have 3 people?
I am, holy shit.
Holding up society.
In society.
You guys would recognize, well, they are gifted to have some talent. The twins are likely only maybe level 4 or 5, and it would probably be ill-advised to have them assist you. Jiron has confidence. You guys understand the magic you guys are using is powerful, and
Yeah, but together they're level 8. That's how that works.
they cancel out. They're actually level 0 together.
Oh
No.
shit.
One's a -4.
Have them do the fusion dance first.
But they mess it up. No, they wouldn't mess it up. It would be in particular, you would actually, you specifically would know it would probably be a very bad idea to have them assist. Jiron, you do not know how strong your particularly cool little kids who are both shamans are.
I don't even understand magic.
We should probably let them observe their dad in action. Put on a show for them.
If you want me to, like, crack a skull or, like, take a skull cracking, I can do that.
Mm.
I think it would probably be slightly better if they observed.
What, do you think my children are capable of such a feat?
Not to the extent that we are.
I actually don't.
Damn!
No, I'm not. This isn't intimidation. I literally do not know.
They seem stricken. One puts their hand over their heart, the other puts his hand over her heart, and they both fall down.
As Flynn said, to the extent that we need to do the ritual, I don't think they'd necessarily be quite up to that.
Well, then, I trust your judgment, small one.
Oh, thank you.
And
Yeah.
and if you, both you and Flynn, speak the truth here, I will trust both your judgment.
Being said, I am more than open to them watching and observing, gaining knowledge.
Well, how does that sound to you two? You wish to learn?
Unless they're
We
dead.
will what?
Okay.
What?
Oh, wait, oh,
Hey,
wait.
you two are the ones that just healed over.
The word says one. Our damaging said the other.
But they also finish each other's sandwiches.
Actually, they have very different allergies. They have to be very careful.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
They actually, when they make a sandwich, they actually just pull it open and one eats the top half, underneath eats the bottom half.
Yeah, it's the only thing they do differently from each other is sandwich eating.
They just Twix the sandwich.
But it's also incredibly
Vertically, so they each get like different ingredients.
yeah, it's also not an even spread either. It's like I said, it's the only thing they do different. So like one gets like usually like about 50, like 60%. The other one gets like 40%.
That's why one's smaller than the other.
Exactly. We should get onto this while Belmazog is in battle. It would be best we don't let her fall while we try this.
How's she
She
looking?
suddenly gets tripped.
Oh no! That's the whole. It wasn't even a fight for her life. It was just who could trip who first. And you know how difficult it is to trip something that's way bigger than you.
How long did your regeneration last? A minute?
Yeah.
Yeah, a few new wounds have appeared.
But she still looks better than when we got here.
Oh yeah. Like I said, when you first saw her, she was covered in like different wounds, claw marks, and whatnot. The wounds now are actually like minute, like only like little ones here and there, like one, maybe two.
So, question then. Would it be better to set up an area here to do it since we know she is actively here?
You know your ritual thing calls the spirit in, so it wouldn't
And she's
matter.
bound to the body, it looks like.
Okay. Wasn't sure if, like, being in the same area would be like, hey, this is like a +2 or something.
To be fair, we also have somebody who is basically very like familiar with resurrection magic, and one who literally just recently was subject to resurrection magic. So
Yeah.
definitely can utilize those two potentially.
I have. Grit doesn't know he's been rezzed, but he has participated in the resurrection ritual as both a participant and as a caster.
I'm
So
not talking about Grit.
I am so ready for this.
As far as Duran knows, he doesn't even think that Grit died at any point. He doesn't know.
Yeah, Grit knows. Grit's a wizard. He knows how to cast this spell, kind of.
Grit had one moment of, oh shit, did I actually die? I'm gonna bury that.
Yep, nope. Repressing that. Repress. Other dimension. Okay.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah.
What? I don't know why I don't have his name written down.
Deshaun?
Deshaun. I could have sworn I wrote it down somewhere, but yeah. We have Deshaun. What?
Yeah.
Dexter Deshaun.
Danesh Mirza.
Danesh. Dexter Danesh.
I like that all the letters were correct, just the order of the second syllable was reversed.
I'm just imagining Dinesh now as Dexter Deshawn, and I refuse to change my view on how he looks.
That's the asshole from Night City, right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I know that doesn't narrow it down, but...
But you know, I mean, you narrowed it down to the cyberpunk, and so you know who it is.
Mhm.
So I have a very different view of what Dinesh looks like. Oh no, we actually had an image from Dinesh, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yep.
we exactly what he looks like.
That one.
Yeah.
Close.
All right. Well,
Dinesh is not too far off, but he's just actually athletic.
the twins would like to accompany the various people who have been watching. Look to you and ask, or Hazel says, "Is it good for us to return now?"
The answer is mostly yes. So we got a lot to fill you in on. We can walk and talk, but it's safe.
Cool.
Mhm.
They would begin rounding everyone up. The leader of the village, whose name I had written down and I lost it. It was an old lady. I look at paper. Would approach you, all as you're getting ready to leave. You all will be returning home, yes?
Yes, though, is there anything we could do to continue helping you or send aid with? I know it's abrupt and we don't want to just end any efforts you had that we were helping you with.
Zeralilia, shakes her head. Your companions have been a boon. They are talented at fishing, capable of handling the toothed creatures that rise from the shoreline. And I regret what transpired with the Cheliaxan knight that arrived.
That one, we regret too, and feel that there is some responsibility that we might bear in that. We're happy that injuries were minimal and that the only casualty was one of our own. And we look to try and remedy this. Are there injuries amongst your own?
No, the knight simply arrived, asked what was transpiring here. I described it. He asked if there'd been any problems. I said no, despite the culture difference, there had been no issues with your visitors. And then he simply nodded and disappeared.
Thank you. Whilst merely speaking the truth, those words helped us dramatically, I'm certain.
I have not seen their kind since Ravenel's liberation from the Cheliax as a greater. I know tensions are high between our two countries.
Yeah. Tension, they're tense folk. But we, we'll do our best to remind them that treaties, are in place there to keep them out of here, or at least supposed to.
They are, I know, also have no love for my patron, Desna. You might recall when you had saved them, the high priest of the village elder leader is also a priest of Desna.
Oh. It may not be necessary, but were it so, would perhaps other refugees of Desna be welcome here?
All are welcome. We have plenty of extra room, if I am honest.
While we're looking to keep things civil, there are those who might be uncomfortable with things back at our other home and would like to look to move to safer grounds. If such is the case, well, if nothing else, we're going to keep in touch and keep our connection strong here.
They are all welcome here. There's plenty of business, plenty of space, and since our liberation, Desnan worship has become free in Ravenel. It was only so many years ago that it was banned within the nation.
You have my promise. The followers of Desna will always have my aid.
And what we can offer you, we shall.
Well, Grit's happy to know that they're all good here. It's goodness. It's been it's like oh, they didn't get fireballed, and Grit's super gonna throw these guys his Wongi friends a party. They are adapting awesome. Oh, I do know there has been a communication barrier amongst the culture barrier. How have they been doing with communicating though?
Most of them, I feel, have learned the basics, but it is rudimentary. Language is harder to learn the older you are, and while I can't age the Mwangi tribes as easily as I would a human or an elf, there is enough of them that speak common tongue that it wasn't too much of a problem.
That's good. We'll stay in touch. I'm not sure if they'd like to make a home here or not. Realistically, they're free to choose their own path, and they seem to find better comfort here. I'll make the offer. Thank you again, and we'll be sure to come back and keep commerce and our friendship open.
Indeed. If it was ever able to more readily keep your mystic portal active, we would be happy to come between our areas. We can at least provide fish.
Grit smiles and nods. We're going to find a solution for this.
Very well.
His brain's already working on how to do this. Try to put together. He's talking to Moira. How much do you think we could pay? We should pay someone if they were a full-time gatekeeper.
I mean, we have the golem, right?
Yeah.
Or does he only guard the deed?
Well, no. The golem guards the gate in the middle, and we have like a gatekeeper doing like routine checks on either side to keep it that. And they'd like have a station set up.
Oh.
We could actually probably have a couple people, do a rotation, be a gatekeeper for like each of the portal gates.
Yeah, I mean, most of them we could probably set up like living quarters inside. I wouldn't in the Mwangi one because, Tahak, but
Of course not, but I mean, we could probably convert the Dream Gate into a small temple of Desna.
Oh, definitely. And it is not in Chiliac's borders or
Actually,
territories.
if you want to snub the Hell Knights in just a little way, we could build a temple inside the ring. Well, inside the
way
gate
station.
itself. In the way station.
I'd
be
be
determined.
down for some, oh crap, I just lost the term.
That would be
Malicious
the
compliance.
perfect example of hostile compliance. We are not in city limits. It is nowhere inside city limits. It is outside.
Is our fort within city limits?
The fort
is,
but
yes.
the way gate is in a completely different pocket dimension.
Well, so here's the thing. We're allowed private worship, and the worship's
Inside,
not allowed, not allowed to be heard from the city streets.
Yes.
Who's going to hear it in our keep?
Very true.
And I'm willing to bet I can manipulate the wording of who residents are, because we allow people to come and go all the time and stay at our place, to allow people to.
Can you look up
and
what the
worship with us.
actual wording of the agreement was?
Yes, that was the wording.
We're already fucking with shit.
Oh yeah.
I was gonna fuck with shit when we were negotiating, so.
Oh yeah.
yes. Oh yes.
I love this semantic fight.
Yeah, if we're going to do this, malicious compliance is the best way.
As soon
I
as we
feel
have
like-
2 votes on the council now.
True.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
I feel like the safer
You guys-
option is to go with the Waygate, since it was already a Desnan.
Safer, as long
Thing.
as we do it within the bounds of the law, which
Well,
the law is
The other thing is-
interpreted in different ways, and how our council interprets it and enforces it is the way it is. And seeing as we have say on the council, we get say into how it's interpreted and enforced.
that is true. I just the Waygate option I'm really throwing up because it solves several problems. It gives a discrete temple to the Desnans. It gives us if I'm going to entrust Grit, I assume Grit has reclaimed the Star Knight from Hazel.
yeah. Should we give it to you guys? Right when you walked through.
Yeah. So if I'm going to entrust this piece with anyone, I feel a Desnan priest would be. I would trust them very much with this artifact. If someone's going to watch the gate. So I do have an ulterior motive when I make this suggestion. But if not just the Temple of Desna, I definitely see a House of Cade and Killian in our keep.
Well, you see, then we have to give people access to the way gates, and we'd have to, try and figure out some control of them. And it just seems like it'd be easier just to manipulate the law. And Cheliax is all about laws, so they can't take action against us as long as we're following their laws.
Mm-hmm.
The gates can always be used when we can't find an alternative.
Yeah, if
Yeah.
it becomes a problem, then we can always go for plan B, which is push it to the gate. But I suspect I'll be able to manipulate it in the way that we want to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Off the bat, building off your idea, Grit and Moira, if you guys were to keep the key of one of the way stations, one of the Irodara inside the way station, it would maintain the portal on either side.
Very cool.
So if we
So
need
we could
to
essentially-
emergency close, we can be like, hey, go out the other side.
Yeah.
Bingo.
So cool. So yeah, we could set up. Actually, what that would do then is just essentially, as long as we have a custodian in the Waygate, which again, I feel like the priest of Desna would be literally a perfect custodian to that if they like it. But that Waygate is already a temple to Desna that needs to be
Sanctified.
It's a sacred site to Desna, so it needs to be re-sanctified. But I just for the privilege, not even the privilege, it's the to a degree a right to Desna. That we give it to them, and again, Grit is enamored to the Desnans. He is actually like he likes helping the Desnan cause.
Hey.
Yeah.
You guys return back to your keep.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right. You return. What's it called? Through Danesh and the Archmage are still there. They are basically taking time to study each of the Iridara, the statues in the middle, and are conversing when you guys arrive. Welcome back, and you have company as like a couple dozen other creatures begin pouring in behind you guys.
So I would like to meet you all to meet our friends from the Mwangi, the various tribes and refugees from a conflict we had, and our good friends, the Kobolds led by Hazel, and the Bogard and Tarakai, once led by. Well, we intend to make a better introduction down the line, but yeah, that's its own complication. So here, meet Pelmazog.
They are still locked in a kneeling pose as you are carrying them.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to do that ritual of attaching soul to body and putting pulse back into body again.
How's she looking?
Still pretty, like, much the same. I said they had like the one little wound they've gotten, so your regeneration wore it off, but you haven't noticed any other wounds appear on her since.
Yeah, just keeping an eye on her, make sure don't need to hit her with another heal.
As you are speaking, a pair of footsteps can be heard descending, and a quet led with Amara, Lang, looks down the stairs at you. You have returned.
We have. We had went to timing was fortunate. We were able to find our friends, plural. Looking to get things official and rolling and them documented and business taken care of.
I am happy to aid in those endeavors, and as I assumed, you wish to use the resurrection ritual.
Correct.
Great nods. Looks
You
tomorrow.
You have the text for such on hand, I presume?
We do have a text, yes. I've also, fortunately been able to manage it a few times, so I also have that knowledge.
I can aid in such if you require.
Moira will look to Right, in the rest of the group.
So, Grit's brain is. You can see the conflict is a very simple but straightforward. He has no idea whether or not her very, very lawful nature will help or hurt this unique situation, chaotically unique situation.
What were the skills that needed to be covered for it?
Expert religion, as well as a medicine check and a society check.
Okay. I think I did the medicine, right?
We did last time, yeah.
Okay. Because Myra was doing the religion.
Yeah.
We did help with society, I believe, along with Flynn. Well, this is to the preference of the party, though. Grit has been acquiescent with the cat thus far. At this stage, if someone wants to say no,
The lizards are unfamiliar. So they'll let the experience make the decision on that one.
Grit's really deferring to Moira on this one, really. Moira and Flynn, of course, but Moira, you're the one who knows matters of religion, and this is a weird thing.
Yeah,
I shan't intrude where my assistance is not necessary or desired, but ritual craft is something I am knowledgeable on, and I have means of aid in my own regard. I felt it only appropriate as the transgression committed was from a colleague. On my return to the town, I acquired the materials that would be needed for such, at least depending on the creature's strength.
what level is Belle at this point?
They are a 10th level creature,
Oh,
which means they can still be they can still be done with the basic ritual. They do not need as much as Danesh did. They have attained 1 level since your recruitment of them.
Bueno.
she was level 9?
She was, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, she was a badass.
Good thing we talked her down.
Yes. That was a hard fight.
Mm-hmm.
It also doesn't help that, like, the 2 people she was trying to kill the whole time just dodged everything that they threw at her.
Dodge tank, dodge tank, dodge tank.
Fucking Flynn and...
Manderson?
Manderson!
John Smith?
John Smith, Manderson, and Flynn. Yeah, creature level 9.
Yeah, John Manderson was worried about tanking ads.
So... To your ease of decision, I feel I would only have a skill set to lead the ritual, and I assume your Serenite is your predominant ritualist. Still, it would not be forthright of me not to offer.
You can't do assist rolls with ritual, right? Like that's what the other slots are effectively.
I've allowed people to assist roll in the assist rolls. I don't know if you're supposed to, but... Meh.
Just the assist. We're doing the railgun.
I can only say that my knowledge of weaving religion into rituals is you would be pressed to find one who surpasses my knowledge of such. But I could occupy the day elsewhere. I simply wished, as a favor and continual goodwill.
Does she have, like, a feat? Or she's, like, super ritual caster?
Nope. You don't know.
Oh, dang. Oh, that makes sense. Tell me her stat block. No.
Where's the cat?
I would prefer to lead, as she is one of ours.
Of course.
I will always feel responsible, but if you would care to assist me in leading, I would welcome you.
It will be new to me, but I can do such. I have companions that oftentimes aid me in the primary casting. I can emulate their actions.
Moira will smile, and I am glad to offer you a new experience.
And we welcome you on this endeavor. This will be, your cracksuckles. This is always a fun one. Well, fun is subjective, but how often you get to see a soul enter a body again?
Very well. Let us proceed. Do you guys know the approximate strength level of the creature? As per magical descriptor?
The limits of the ritual.
Of the base level, so of the 10th level of strength.
Mm-hmm.
She pulls out a bag, and it is full of coin. This should suffice then?
It should.
What is... It does, but I understand the spirit of goodwill, and forgive me for checking the teeth of the gift, as it were. But is it merely for goodwill that you do this gesture? I understand that your companions did this. Do you offer it as a good gesture from your house or from you?
I'm going to perception her response.
Yeah. It... As part of my reestablishing myself here and using that which is given, the funds were reallocated from the temple that is now being restructured to the God Claw. There was an ample amount of wealth for various purposes. Aiding in the restoration of one of the reagent's companions seemed a way they would like to use it. I spoke to the recent converted, and they seemed to agree.
Grit nodded. He is satisfied with this answer. You have... 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 You as it goes, you have my. I welcome your aid, and I thank you very much.
I believe this would fall under an act of justice and be honorable. I had stated I wish to take action of goodwill despite the conflict between your group's ideas and that of the God Claw. You have done much to make me feel welcomed. You have given me a very nice place to stay and shown me around eagerly. Your actions have personified God Claw ideal. I wish to continue to foster this and grow our relations and hopefully ease tension. So Moira and Lorelei, you guys pick up a couple things about her. This should be a no-brainer to either of you. She is a cleric, which means she has an incredibly high wisdom.
Yep.
And an immensely high perception. It is very clear most of you guys do not trust her, think she's crazy, and let's just say she's also made several sense motive checks.
Oh, yeah.
Fair.
So it is clear she is trying to assuage a lot of the pre-existing feelings. You also notice with how she speaks, it is likely she is incredibly talented in diplomacy.
Which also makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So, and with how fanatical their ideology is, it is clear that her action, there's nothing dubious or underhanded in her actions. She's basically, all of her stuff seems to be reflecting exactly what she's saying. One of the tenets that you would know, and actually Flynn, you would be very aware, is humility is a big aspect of them. So even despite the fact that they look down on those who are much weaker than them, which you've noticed is clear that actually none of the Hell Knights regarded you as such. The fact that they showed up, it was they don't think you guys are weak. Quite the opposite. They view you guys as peers, and she is doing her best to act honorable and build relations. You guys had actually noticed, well, you guys didn't deal with Malgos, for better or worse. Both her and actually Shadebloom seem to leave your guys' agreement table holding you guys in very high regard. The lector was much harder to read.
But he's also much stronger. If he looks down on us, that would make sense.
You actually would at least pick up that Moira seemed to leave a good impression on the lictor. The whole group seemed like pleasant with how you guys handled the negotiations. Talking to Nanesh, you know the fact that they allowed any kind of worship at all is actually a huge bending on their part. And you at least would gather that the lictor seems to have really good relations with Moira's mom.
Mm-hmm. Really good relations.
Really good relations.
No.
Got a new sibling on the way.
But the Hell Knights are far, far more active in Eladir than they are at some fucking backwater town like Breach Hill.
Yeah.
So it is likely that Elowin has dealt with them on many occasions, as they would oftentimes be the enforcer. They wouldn't be like the city guard or anything, but they have a strong presence in Eladir.
Yeah, especially
and you
like
would-
with the Goblin Blood War and everything.
Yeah. And you would know. Actually, you and Grit would have both known. It is Hell Knight rule in Eladir, and if you commit an act of like heresy or break a severe law, you usually just cut down. Like, just not worth the trouble. So, but the Godclaw has been absent for many years due to the Crusades, and have only recently popped up the last few years. I should double check the dates, because I actually want to say that the time between the end of that campaign and the beginning of this one is 5 years. Finding out that like all of Pathfinder's stuff actually aligns with the release date of the actual book. That was clever. Yeah, something. So Wrath of the Righteous came out in 2013, and this one came out in 2018.
Very cool.
Don't know if there's any accentuated span between the editions beyond that. But yeah. What's it called? Anyway, she would nod. You guys have your sense motive, and looking to you, I imagine you have a place you perform these rituals?
We do. And Moira would gesture to lead the way there.
The pentagram room.
Her lead. No, it's not the pentagram room. It's not the pentagram room.
Pentagram
Where
room.
we're going. We summoned stuff though.
Well, as
Are
long
you
as it's
using-
leveled, it's fine.
Are you using the big room in the basement?
Yeah.
All right.
That's what
Yeah, that's what I figured. Fuck, Bumazog's token's still there. Hey, what's up, Bumazog? All right.
Grit will assist Flynn. Flynn is more expert in this category.
Mm-hmm.
All right. As you step into the room and get ready, everyone can give me a perception check.
Question.
Nice.
Yeah.
Okay. It is faint, but as Aquette takes a stance in the corner, Flynn and Moira, you can tell that the air around them, behind them, moves in an odd way, as though there are other creatures with them that are not immediately visible.
I let Grit know. Maybe identify exactly what is going. Just kind of like quietly.
Could I point out something mentioned last game, I think it was?
Mhm.
Outside? I think it was her and maybe Shade Bloom, Aquette and Shade Bloom, who mentioned others are watching us from other groups. I think alluding to like other Hell Knight groups or something. that have been keeping tabs on us, so that was mentioned.
You all can make society checks, or anyone you talk to. You do that like out of your slot, you said, Kate? Or you do it like...
Just, I don't know if it... I was kind of just refreshing the memory from last game. Corey had it like mentioned a couple of times about eyes watching.
I mean, even
Hence how they
like,
know
I don't know
everything about us.
nothing about their magic. With Nikata, you'd be using some sort of magic, whether from the creatures or magic spells to watch us. So that's why he told Grit, because Grit is significantly better at all of these things than he is.
Grit, as you like kind of step to the side and move back, there are definitely two creatures behind Aquette who move out of your way as you no, don't move out. They do not see you, but they seem like they have just arrived at this point. Like, you haven't noticed anything like this before, and they are just invisible and to either side of her flank. You kind of notice how she stood. She stood in a position to specifically avoid what you're doing from happening.
I was like, I'm just gonna blind spot. Oh shit. Yeah. The instruction I sent to Moira are simple. 2 behind, 2 behind her, so 3 with me. Waiting.
Wait, what? Okay, so it's not just my imagination? There is actually something with her? What do you mean 3 with you? You also have something?
2 here, I make 3.
Okay. Okay, hopefully it's just a safeguard or something.
She glances around for a moment and then looks to you, Moira. My apologies, you're more perceptive than I had intended, and I didn't think this was the appropriate time.
But that was over the stone, by the way.
No, I know.
Okay. Okay, fucking spooky.
Since
you stop to basically start sending whispers, and you're acting weird, and she knows something's weird.
Oh.
Head count in the room. Realize, oh, wait a minute, the little one disappeared again. Oh. It's never apparent immediately that Grit disappeared. So it was like, wait a minute. Ah, shit.
It's never apparent when Grit reappears.
Yeah.
I can show you this myself sometime, but I have companions that join me when situations seem dire.
Ah.
The situation is dire?
We are bringing back somebody from the brink, so...
One sec.
I would see that as dire.
I mean, the fate of a soul.
It is literally life and death, Grit says. From behind Moira at this stage.
Ah!
Life and death, it's not theirs. Like, we're not attacking the town or anything. Like, that would be dire. Reviving a friend doesn't seem dire to me.
And she makes a gesture, and two figures appear behind her. A astral deva along her left side, and a more cliche black-skinned devil on her right side.
So I will say, if you want us to be upfront with you, then you need to be upfront with us. You hiding shit like this from us and bringing sneaky creatures around isn't gonna win any point with us.
The deva speaks up. In the agreement of our summoning time ago, our arrival is at our own discretion. Lady Aquette, we apologize if our arrival upset your new companions. The devil on the other side says, yeah, ritual tinged me, and here I am. Making sure he doesn't do anything stupid. Usually people don't see us when we show up, and we don't get a bunch of questions from humans. But you guys are adventurers with... No. I'll shut up.
Thank you.
But Moira just looks over to Grit. Usually this isn't so literal. This is usually just a metaphor.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I completely agree with what Flynn said, but I also appreciate the irony that, I also speaking mostly truth, sometimes not entirely, and also kind of just disappear, flit in and out. So the irony is not lost on me, even though the agreement is full.
The deva nods. It is regrettable that we cast a negative shadow on Our Lady. We merely wished to remain unseen lest we were required. We have a planar servitor agreement, the both of us. When it seemed like the lady was waiting for your ritual to commence, we remained unseen. Even my presence, as however benign I might be, oftentimes is overwhelming to lesser creatures. So we, after a couple ill-fated incidents, we thought it best if we simply remained unseen until the time necessary.
Well,
we meant no deception.
Well, Grit looks to Flynn. With fairness, we have not revealed every card we hold either. This one seems benign enough.
We're also not harboring invisible creatures that'll come and go at their whim.
I mean, we do have Grit.
There's a
She knew about Grit before he ever decided to start going behind her invisible.
Okay, that is a fair point.
You are right.
Hey, I'm gonna have some invisible, celestial and fiends follow me around at random points, then okay.
yeah.
But then just appearing there like she's gonna attack us no.
I was gonna say there's a middle ground there of while they can show up when they choose to, she doesn't necessarily, have them. They have their contract
But
or
she
whatever.
knows they're gonna show up.
Yes, but that's what I'm getting at. But we could have had a heads up. Hey, sometimes a deva and a devil are gonna come by behind me invisibly.
Well, pardon the expression. I'll be the devil's advocate here. Lady Aquette, how long did it take for you to see me before I saw you?
If I'm honest, I didn't actually pinpoint where you had gone off to.
No,
Only
well,
that.
I mean, in your church. How
Oh.
long in your church was I watching you before you saw me?
I had noticed you sulking around the pew area, but I had been informed that there was a cunning goblin amongst the ranks of your group, and you didn't seem ill in intention.
But about how long? Because I was there for about 20 minutes before I said hi.
Oh.
So to that, so to the
One, she already knew about you. Two, you were in a public space. This is a private space. This is our house.
They are technically uninvited guests.
No, they are invited.
If I may add a little
They
give
are
and take.
amongst her liaisons.
Would these two be among the company that you have mentioned coming and going potentially?
They are, and when I mentioned I usually lead rituals and I have people who assist me and such, I could have worded myself better.
People
These-
who assist you. These are outsiders. Creatures. Essentially, a lot of people would consider them gods.
She bows her head like deeply. I meant no deception, though I can understand you're ill at ease. I can let you know the extent of my abilities. Things have moved rather quickly.
I will concede on the point that things have moved quickly. And yeah, and as I suspected, them being among those that you said would come and go. On the other hand, granted, things that, as you said, have been moving fast. It would be good to know ahead of time, if possible, who, at least of standard visitors, we could expect. So we know, like, if we see somebody, we're not like, who's that?
As you guys talked, actually, both of the celestials disappear.
Oh. Sorry, it was nice meeting you.
They arrive if I am ever in physical danger. When I am performing magic that requires additional hands, or if my emotions get a bit better of me.
Good smiles at the last one. But
as I said, I have an oath only to cast spells that would benefit my order. I am considered part of my order, so I can freely use such on myself. I am physically capable. I've mastered up to the most recently at the end of, in the cleanup post the Crusades, I've recently obtained 8th level magic, though it is still upholding to my same oaths.
Red raises his eyebrows, and that's okay. A context. Okay.
It's 2 levels higher than that.
8th circle of magic is a big deal.
Yeah, this is way above Dron's pay grade as well.
I am knowledgeable of the Pater Servitor spell. I have a handful of other rituals. I can aid with rituals that I feel benefit the greater cause. Thus, my desire to make amends for the actions done of Melgos, and to better improve our relations. It is possible I am forgetting something, but I assure you none of my actions are with the intent of deception. I actually can lose a great deal of my ability by deceiving people. Though
I
I am
assume I
not...
can confirm that with a basic religion check.
Yes. My intention is never deception, though I might overlook something.
Withhold the truth.
No, even withholding the truth wouldn't be my intention. I simply might fail to mention something or mention something in a way that doesn't come off correctly. Your guys' scales made me uncomfortable. I didn't say that. I guess that would be uncomfortable, but I wouldn't violate or disrupt your artifact.
But Moira just gives her a super quizzical look. Why did they make you uncomfortable?
There's something innately chaotic about the thing, though how you've described it, the effects don't seem like it would cause heresy or... It's simply made me I guess the same way a basic house spider would make someone uncomfortable. It is of no threat, but there is an aversion when some feel from it. Or a rat, or...
Question to DM.
Unfair.
What was Nocticula's alignment?
Character neutral.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So
It is an artifact from a chaotic deity.
Gotcha.
Or not from a deity itself, but like from their followers.
Yeah.
But it's scales, measuring the inner, of a person and their worth, I guess, as far as their abilities go.
With the potential to change fate.
That's pretty...
Being able to change somebody's fate, I feel, falls well under chaos.
Wait. So she just nods. If I find anything else I feel is pertinent, I can let you know. Otherwise, if you have any questions for me or requests, I will do so as I am able.
Hopefully
do this
things
matter?
slow down. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, to this matter, I'm going to say, obviously, there's going to be some distrust in our relationship, but we're working to make it better. I don't see there being any magical words that either of us can say, other than literal magic, to change our opinions immediately. And that these things take time, and it's a rough bridge.
Yeah.
I haven't shown you all my cards, but I've been honest with you. You have been honest with us and have been as forthcoming with the cards as you can be, honest, as we've seen. I'm willing to keep working, but I do back my companions on this one that I understand their fears. You are new peers for us, and in the past, the relationship was not peer.
I understand. It is... Then in the interest of laying further cards out on the table as it was put, it is likely many will be watching the occurrences here and the agreements put into place. I want to make sure everything we agreed on is upheld and everything feels like it should be. Like in our council we'd come to terms. The Order deeply fears chaos and what it can do to the unexpected. And we all want to make sure this area will transition smoothly and peacefully. It's a lot of change, and the frontiers are innately chaotic. And I think they fear insurgents. You are all also very, very promising adventurers who have ascended in power very, very quickly. That makes you a threat to those you have strong disagreements to. Any one of your renown will attract eyes. I was not made privy, but I was worried when his lordship referenced the Cheliaxan Queen. She is a harsh conqueror who employs great cruelties to get what she wants. And she considers Ishgard her property as per the accord. In our agreement with Aladir, we wish to keep her involvement as unlikely as possible, that she would focus her efforts elsewhere or internally. So we simply want everything to go smoothly for Ishgard's greater sake. And if a growing, powerful group such as yourself continues as you have been, it is in everyone's best interest that we are allied with each other versus opposed. We hope that will be simple, seeing that you have a follower of Iori, a follower of Sarenrae, which is fairly neutral, and then otherwise are an unreligious group, but have befriended a Hell Knight, even if it is an Order of the Nail one, and reside in a Hell Knight keep. So it is.
Thinking, oh, they're calling the keep theirs now, and it's definitely ours.
I think that the Hell Knights crafted the keep, didn't they?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, but it's ours now.
Yeah, it dropped on the floor. We found it.
Was semantics was a Hell Knight's keep, but that's but still.
For Hell Knights, semantics go a long way, but he doesn't say that out loud.
It is. We feel in everyone's best interest that everything goes smooth. I hope that in forming a lasting peace, we might be able to one day lean on each other. But in truth, at the rate at which your group is ascending, it is more likely that we would need to ask your help for such. And even if such never comes to pass, us needing not be adversaries benefits both orders. I don't think there's anything I haven't already conveyed, but if anything does come to mind, I can let you know. I will be sending updates to the order regularly as part of the the messages we send Aladir already. I'll be working to befriend the council and make sure we are all in agreement, and otherwise working to increase the prosperity and security of this region.
For our part, I feel like just being able to sit down and have like a good long actual talk where we're not, scrutinizing or anything would probably go a long way towards that. But things have also been really busy lately, so hopefully things slow down so we can actually do that soon.
I am also aware you have obligations elsewhere through one of your elven gates. That would explain the visitors as well. The dwarf who seems of some level of import, and the Easterner.
Indeed.
But you are always welcome in my temple, and I have no qualms in aiding the acts of Serenites. I also hope to facilitate a relationship with the Nail initiate, or I believe he's now fully Hell Knight who resides here, and come to terms with our differences and find a productive path forward.
I mean, I don't see eye to eye with Alec on a lot of things, but he's definitely a good guy.
The best.
Surprisingly, Grits, you go eye to eye with Alec on a lot of things. He thinks he's a great guy.
As long as everyone serves the needs of those of the town, I'm sure that we can make things work.
In an idealistic view, were one of you ever to come fully agreement with our order, it would be within my power to use everything I have to aid you. I regret that I can't do so currently. Aside from slaying demons, should they be a threat here, but that is unlikely in this part of the world. But I am physically capable, if necessary.
Well, in the spirit of peace, you at least have my welcome.
Yeah.
I will, should my companions feel the need to arrive, I will alert one of you if you are within my proximity.
I feel that's fair.
Superior to being unannounced. Appreciate it.
And I would be willing to help teach you the same ritual, Moira, that you might find an emissary of Sarenrae, should you desire it. There is a cost to such, but it seems like it aligns with your, well, trade as a fellow cleric.
I assume the cost is different per servant, probably.
It ranges heavily based on the strength of the creature. And unlike mine, it would only be the one. Back in base, we have a special altar we use that augments the ritual. It summons an even-handed host, as it's put, one of the lower planes and one of the higher planes, to both guide and protect. And in the agreement, they are only to arise when it is needed. But I have a more mundane version of the ritual known in my own books that I could share with you.
I would be interested in that sometime. Thank you. And
I would even be willing to aid you in the performing of such. The spell requires 2 individuals to cast. My mentor aided me in mine when I was able to call mine.
I would be very... I feel like I keep saying appreciative, and it's starting to feel like not a word anymore, but I would be very appreciative when that day comes.
Excellent. And again, forgive me for surprising you as such. It was not my intention to create ill at ease, and I will work hard to rectify my mistake.
Yeah, we're new to or everybody is new to each other. We're getting used to everything. I fully trust you weren't. I mean, okay, knowing the gods that you worship, yeah, no, you were not trying to actively deceive. But yeah, it'll take some time and some doing, but we'll get there.
All right, you guys ready for the ritual? Any other questions? Then we will start next session with it. It's 10:40. I was thinking at like 9:30. Man, we're gonna wrap up like pretty much on time, and then this happened, and it became this big of a deal.
Pay you to happen if you put Flynn around Hell Knights.
Hey, that's
Just
fine,
saying.
dude. No, I'm all for it. Honestly, it gets you engaged, and I love engagement. But even if you're angry and ill at ease and whatnot, it.
To be fair, the campaign is super focused about Hell Knights too, so this is a perfect opportunity anyway.
Yep. No, I love it because it's one of those things where, as Grit looks at this, is like, I gotta be real about this. When it comes to being an invisible gremlin,
we don't have hidden creatures lurking around us.
We got Grit.
yeah, the irony of this conversation is not lost on me. I get it.
Like Grit's existence, stealth is just natural existence. To be fair.
Yeah. My headcanon on how goblin sneakiness works is, when you look at the goblin, the level 1 goblin feat, very sneaky. It's as long as you end your turn out of in cover, you can make stealth checks even while not in cover, aka you're hiding in plain sight. And I get that that cartoon moment where you see goblins literally carrying the TV out of view, behind people as they're having the conversation. That's my notion. So when you get to level 13, when you're very, very sneaky, you're just kind of fourth wall breaking. People forget to look for you. She's like, how is he hiding there? You just forgot to look for the goblin. I'm sorry, guy. So, yeah. I enjoy it.
But yeah, since I'd initially planned this for you guys to run into later, the 3 lieutenants were level 15.
Yeah. Nah, they scare. It's like when you see the 8th level spells, I was like, oh. That was awesome.
She's also she's a fun character. I put a lot of thought into the 3 of them and how they'd perform and what would ultimately happen. One of the reasons why I ended up deciding I just wanted to have really one of them focus on it is because I was I don't need to go into a player character level of detail on 3 motherfuckers. One of them can get details and actually matter. The other will have passing and maybe show up again later. It's hard to find pictures for them because in my mind's eye I know how they all look, But like, it's hard to find that in any level of art.
Well, I'll say this. AI, generative AI exists now, and the prompts are getting really good.
That's what I've been using, but like, so like, she has like medium to long white hair. Her eyes are perpetually dilated, where like she looks insane, but then also like, again, more meek and like soft.
Mm-hmm.
And it's hard to get it where like you get a craziest look that doesn't look like a maniacal Joker.
Gotcha.
Versus a more like broken-y person. And I can find like actual art, but then also finding that in a bulky black plate wearing, you know, human. I've been trying. So eventually I'll nail them all down. I'll have to do the lictor because I have heart for him. Like, he's a guy in the world.
Yeah.
So
very cool.
And then fucking Mel goes easy. Default signature thing because he's completely covered and wears a mask. Problem solved.
It's funny, as this goes through, as I interact, I do realize I have this whole campaign played grid very consistently neutral to lawful good.
Yeah.
And joining the Signifiers is not off the table yet.
Right?
They do got that cool mask.
I mean, he's got
The Godfather welcomes you.
to eat. It's very Mandalorian. You just got to catch him at the right time.
Man. Playing Signifer was fun.
Yeah.
Because it came up and there was like a million things coming up at once. Flynn, you're the only person who's expert in society, right? No one else is?
I am not.
I think that is exactly the case.
Yeah. So, at least Flynn would know there is a super spy-oriented, watching people for all the time Hell Knight order. So when the Elector said there's likely another order that just watching us even this very meeting, he would know it's that group. Very likely that was being referred to.
Excellent.
You want to talk about shitty fucking Hell Knight groups to piss off? That's the one.
The NSA Hell Knights.
So that's the one Zalarian was part of. And they believe in catching chaos before it happens. Essentially, if you're punishing a crime, you fucked up and you're a failure. Because you let the crime happen in the first place, and that's your fault.
God, pre-crime division. How awesome.
Pre-crime division. You see the problems and you stop them before they happen.
It's a bunch of profilers.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So, but Zalarian also kind of, he was an extremist that jumped around a lot. He was actually, funny enough, he was a fanatic Pharasman worshiper.
Nice.
Everything is fate. Everything that happens as it's meant to happen. Stopping things, you know, before they're supposed to happen is how things are supposed to go, and da-da-da-da-da. It kind of justifies the whole mentality.
That's
if
awesome.
I'm able to intervene and, like, kill some people who are going to commit a crime, that's how it was supposed to happen, because the crime was never supposed to happen in the first place. Duh.
Oh man, you gotta love self-justifying logic. It's so
yeah.
What if they fail to stop the person that they were going to stop the crime, and then they fail and die? That was also supposed to happen then, right? And the chaos was supposed to go through.
They were failures, and this would give. Yeah.
They were failures, but it's fate that chaos won.
Yep.
You could just argue that too.
there is the thing with like crazy idealists is that you can usually you can follow the logic of why they think what they think, but you can also usually create a very opposing argument on the other side, and it comes down to this battle of wits and conviction.
And also, extremists tend to not function fully rationally at all. Usually, extremists are very irrational. So,
or they're super rational.
Yeah, and the biggest thing when it comes to matters of
around
faith,
to insane.
well, the weird thing about matters of faith, even rational or irrational, is generally speaking, D&D makes it slightly more complicated in that you can prove or disprove. You can prove or disprove faith in D&D, because if you have enough of it, you can throw magic. But you know, generally speaking, actually, in D&D you can just throw magic, but it doesn't change like whether or not you have to be rational with your faith or not.
It's what's it called? Because that character spent the first 100 years of his life being tortured by undead worshipping cultists.
Oh yeah.
And then when he finally broke free, and like was literally just full of hatred and resentment, it was that group that took him in, and basically kind of filled him with the idea of if you don't have the power to stop something, then you don't have the power to complain. So he got strong enough, came back, and literally left no foundations.
Yeah.
That unnamed town does it.
Will stay nameless.
Yes.
Someone tries to build a town there, they will die for it. That is not to be named. That is to be unnamed land forever.
Oh. Like, what's it called? You can make a new town is, but the only people who would have known that town even existed is him and the Hell Knights with him.
I love it.
And then he was chosen by the god of fate to save the world. That ended up being
And bang Nocticula.
buddy. And he never banged Nocticula.
Oh.
No. Wasn't that cool? I gave my right hand. Well, at least ever I know. I don't know. Chad has complete control of my character after the events of the campaign. Maybe he did, but I doubt it.
Maybe he did during the campaign. He just doesn't remember.
Yeah, it's
no.
possible, yeah.
or maybe the entire campaign was a dream.
Even half the times I've asked Chad, "Hey, what happened with this and this?" You don't know. Okay. So I don't know what half of my character did. I know what I controlled. Everything past that, up to Chad.
What do you mean? You should just assume everything and just claim that you know it.
I'm not Jerry.
Well, I wasn't pointing fingers.
Ko's immediate reaction sounded like you were pointing fingers.
Oh, it's very. When you metagame literally everything that happens in the fucking campaign for like the first several levels. Oh, this? I don't have training in nature, but let me tell you everything about this creature. So, neat.
Yep. Come on, at least do like basic logical thing. The monster tells you what basic things you're allowed to assume. Undead, yeah. Holy water works. Everyone knows that. But come on, advanced details.
His current character fucking doesn't talk as much unless he seems like he's trying to piss me off or trying to like create a moral grandstanding that he can somehow fall. He did that with your campaign with Luke and them once upon a time.
Yeah. Yeah.
I tolerate. You know, my character is very based on aiding exiles and whatnot, so I put that on why I fucking keep my mouth shut and try not to stir the pot.
That's fair.
I just wish he wouldn't roll an asshole. Like, I don't want all of his characters have to be fucking assholes. Like, God, is this how you just vent out all your unlikable personality traits? Because you're a cool guy to hang out with. Why are all your characters fucking pricks? Oh.
Oh, man.
Just make someone, like, agreeable, nice, and friendly, or, like, at least someone who's like, what's up, buddy? Let's go whoop some ass together. I don't fucking know. Just Especially because he's pleasant to hang out with. I'm like, how about you just take this guy right here and make him a fantasy character?
What I love is when you describe the situation with the boats and the people in the water, and I'm just like,
I have bit my tongue after that. I'm like, we all agree we're not going to kill these guys. We all agree they're victims. And you start kicking people into the water, then making an argument how they should all be dead. Why? Why do you have to go against the whole party every fucking step of the way? Why do you have to make me fucking hate you? Like, what do you get from this? What's your gain? And then like, I just...
yeah, that one is actually, no, when you describe that situation, my brain has to ask to say, like, what is the gain on throwing the people in there?
It's just being upsetting. It's just being upsetting. Then, like, we're dealing with, like, we get to the harbor and we're talking to that guy and he just negative. And I make a comment and he's like, oh, you don't understand me. I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And he storms off without talking like he's 12 years old. You know, like, you kids say the last word and run off so they hear it? Like, he does that. And then he starts praying at Sarenrae shrines. I'm like, dude, you're a fucking prick. I hope an angel of Sarenrae come down and be like, dude, stop being a fucking prick.
Fly by
like,
boy,
fuck.
Stop being a douche.
Why? I just want to have fun with my buddies. And then, you know, I'm being oppressed. Oh, people are mean to me. And you instigate everything.
Sorry for laughing, but it tickles me greatly.
Well, you campaigned with him for a year. Yeah, I know.
It tickles me greatly. Oh, I love the man to death, but yeah, the amount of times my character has been stabbed and said, all right, well, I guess I'm just going to have to start getting violent and die.
I don't want I want to have fun with my buddies. My characters want to have fun with their buddies, and like, I tried doing like one thing with him, and he just had no interest. And I was like, okay, well, I can't be nice to you. You're instigating all the time. You're kind of an asshole. You go against our general group decisions. You're literally looking like, I want to play as evil as possible without excusing it's evil. And now if you're going to say, oh, I know I'm fucking evil, but I'll pray at a good god shrine, so I'm not evil. It sounds exactly like the paladin you described you played. And Luke's campaign, where he's a giant fucking evil dickhead, but he's like, oh, but I'm a paladin. I'm like,
yeah.
The Patrick DMing. You'd be getting Patrick's patented, you are in danger of losing your alignment messages.
Oh, man. Those are fun.
Man.
I will say this, though. When watching a show, it is fun watching a show and then watching them like, why is that guy always fighting the rest of the group? Don't know, but at least there's no such thing as a filler episode.
Yeah. But
because I literally imagine kicking the people off the boat, and then I'm like, I'd be looking at the screen going, but why?
I would get it if he didn't think about it, but then he spearheaded the argument on why they should die. So you knew what you were doing. You're just being an asshole.
Oh man, yeah.
And then, like, I don't also want to be the guy who goes. Me and Ruben are usually been the guys who hold him accountable for all this. But he comes off like we're bullying. I'm like, no, we're pointing out bad behavior. Fucking dealing with 14-year-old Emery is easier. Jesus. On that note, I had a long talk with that kid the other day. Like, been 2 hours into my car talking.
How's he? How's that going? How do you do?
He seemed to get it. I tried to keep him at his level. Like, so the biggest issue I've gained is Chelsea's a pushover and just lets him get away with too much and is way too fucking soft and coddles the leveling shit out of him. Seen that since he was a baby. her new husband is like, I'm gonna be the military hard ass who just says because I said so, and like goes hard on him because Chelsea's not hard on him. And I was like, you have a kid who's in a situation where he hasn't really been disciplined enough and needs it, but then you're just flying to the other extreme without explanation. So the kid's gonna get more, and then he's hitting 14, so he's getting more rebellious. So I resulted to what I knew, and the long story short, I said, yeah, this sucks, but the alternative sucks more. So choose the path of least sucking. And then I bribed.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Sometimes they just need a helpful nudge to get them started on the right habits.
Yeah, cause like it's the same thing with like when like I don't want to go to fucking work and I'm angry and I'm sad. I'm like, you know what? I don't want to go to work, but I also don't want to be homeless.
Yep.
I guess I'll go to work. Being homeless sucks. And then I'll have money so I can buy myself fun things to make me happy.
Yeah.
So he took it, and then like Chelsea's husband messaged me and said he had a talk with them, and it seemed like it really got through to them, and he's been trying to do better. I mentioned to them like he's at a point where he might ask questions. So I think you know it might be good to like explain thoughts, even if it's like, but he knows no matter what he has to do them because he's your guys' pet. And I don't know if that sunk on good ears on Kevin. I want to actually talk to Chelsea. But Emery knows if you want, you know, I will buy his 3D printed model from Hero Forge. I will hook it up to my resin printer. I will print it. I will let him use my paints to do it. And in the meantime, he can play on my computer. But the cost of all that shit, of all my resources, is a good report from his mom every Thursday before he comes over. That's my fine.
Yep.
I also told him the same thing I told him when I got from work. The easiest way to handle yourself is just pretend your mom's standing behind you, judge, and like, she's gonna see what you're doing. Like, if she'd be cool with it, then you're probably cool. If you'd probably get in trouble for that, you probably shouldn't be doing it. And hope that works.
Hey, that's good advice, man. And here's to hoping that like he sticks with it for a bit. It's, you know, it's one of those things where he's a knucklehead still, but he's got a lot of potential for good. So
I at least found out apparently he got caught with nicotine, marijuana, and the knife all at one time. So he got all three of those strikes at the same time. It's not like he's a repeated fuck up.
Okay, that's a big deal. Yeah, agreed.
Yeah, it was one massive fuck up.
Yeah.
So I kind of went over like,
you're gonna carry contraband.
See, that was all that the school caught him with. That's not all that he's done, though.
Yeah,
I'm sure
He's done vandalism and stuff that he hasn't been caught for, like setting off fireworks and destroying property.
All right, yeah, he needs to buckle up hard.
What's it called? And I kind of went over like how much it sucks if you get expelled. You're gonna basically sent to another school. You're gonna lose most of your privileges. Worst scenario, you get some fucking like options. Like, you know, if you get caught with basically doing anything, like you're just fucked. So like you have no spare chances. Like, so it's just not worth it. I mean, yeah, I'm sure he's done other fucking stupid shit, but I'm hoping going forward, like, I don't know if it's gonna be perfect, but he pretty much has to be damn near, at least when it comes to school, so he doesn't get expelled.
Yeah.
He has like B's and A's in school, so he's doing pretty well in classes. But
So he's a bright kid. He just needs to focus up. It's rough at his age, but he can do it.
I mean, mom is a pushover, dad bailed, and then new guy is like, I'm gonna be super hard ass, like, and he hits that rebellion age, like.
It's a rough combo, yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it makes sense. I also went through the same shit and just fucking left every time my mom pissed me off. My mom is also a fucking alcoholic, crazy woman. But I also am like, you're in the part where like every time someone tells you to do something, you want to basically just say, no, fuck you, I'm gonna do what I want. And that won't benefit you. As much as good as it feels at the moment, you're gonna get fucked in the long run. Like, just suck it up and deal with whatever it is and then move on.
Yeah.
And it's just a good thing to learn, because you're gonna work places, and they'll be like, da-da-da, you know. I'm also defiant to a degree at work, but only because I'm right when I am. But I'm not gonna give that advice to the child who needs to learn to be less defiant. It's good to be defiant when you're right, because that's gonna just fuck him.
Yep.
Because at 14, you always think you're right.
Yep. You gotta learn that lesson with time.
Yeah. It's what it is.
But just always old.
What's that?
I was apparently just always old.
Always old?
Yeah. I've never thought I was just 100% right about everything. It's like,
My family wasn't intelligent. Like, I was, kid you not, in 7th or 8th grade when I had a conversation with Ruben's dad, where I learned adults could have conversations. Because I actually I thought when you got old, you lost the ability to have conversations. So I was like 12 or 13 when I first learned that you could actually, adults could talk.
Not Charlie Brown voice.
Yeah, basically. And I was like, it's neat, we can just like talk about things and you like reply and stuff. This is cool. But yeah, it's but I can't do a lot about how Kevin and Chelsea want to handle things. They're the parents, and you know, they can, criticizing that just doesn't work.
They have but they still, I'm certain they appreciate the support.
Oh,
yeah, I mean, they've been very vocal about their appreciation of it.
Awesome.
And like I said, like Emery, Jasmine, all them, I see them as like my nephews and nieces because I've known them since before they were born. But oh well.
The cats are causing mischief, and I'm gonna go take care of that, and take care of the girlfriend, and I shall catch up with y'all soon.
Take care, Key.
I'll be around the next couple evenings if you want to poke me in chat. Poke me in chat.
I will. If I have any availability, I will hit you up because goodness knows I need to decompress. And yeah, it was a very fun night. It was a lot of fun playing today.
Yeah. I work tomorrow, but I have Wednesday and Thursday off.
Sick. Awesome. Have a great night, everybody. I'll catch up with y'all soon.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Also, just a heads up, Clockwork got a new top #1 record.
Oh. What's that?
Escape Room. Clockwork. Team Clockwork.
Yeah.
Hey, we got #1.
Yeah.
Me, Chad, Amanda, Ali, Ryan, and Ruben. We beat their top score by 4 seconds.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
First place. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
A 4-second win feels really good.
Yeah.
It was awesome.
That's badass. I'd love to hear it. All right, I'm going to bug you for more details next time. You all have a wonderful night.
Yeah, take care, man.
Take care. Love y'all. Bye.
Love you too. Have a good one.
You say you're off tomorrow, Wednesday, Ruben?
Yeah, tomorrow I have background stuff and then molar extraction. And then
Okay, that's right. You take Wednesday off because of the Mulder extraction.
Yep.
Cool. I was take tomorrow off, but I decided against it.
Why is that?
Work went really well today. There were no problems. It left me, instead of feeling like last week where I wanted to die Monday and then walked into work Tuesday wanting to die, I actually felt pretty good leaving work today. So I want to go back tomorrow.
Hey.
Maybe she's realizing, oh, Chad never has call-offs, but I got them all the time.
Yeah.
I wonder fucking why.
No, we hauled ass. Like, Marta hopped back and we all started cutting. She basically had Noah on pork and basically told Noah, like, do a few and then run them real quick and then do a few. Then we basically just slammed everything out. We were done cutting by like 1:15, 1:20. But like a shit ton done.
Was it empty today when you got there?
No, it wasn't too bad, and there was a decent number of racks. She just went hard on amount cut. My guess is just trying to like get ahead.
Yeah, I mean that's why I just wanted to make sure we cut enough on Sunday, because I'm like, so we cut like fucking everything, so.
No, yeah, we had like a lot of racks in the back when I got in the morning. It didn't look too bad outside. The only problem we had is we got like, I don't know if shorted, but like we got no 1 pound turkey chops in.
Yeah, we got shorted on Sunday, so we probably got shorted on Monday too.
Yeah, but no, it went well. Marta cut, I voted. Noah handled pork. It all went fucking smooth. It was great. It was just like, it's like when she's not being a fucking bitch, like she's fine. Like I wish I could put it in a better way, but like she's been on this kick recently where it's like, oh, things are rough. I'm going to make them fail. I'm going to set us up for failure so that everything goes shitty, so that they can get in trouble. It's like she already threw the threats at everyone. Time to make sure those threats come true.
She went to complain bitch to management about me, and then management said, just, you're MIT, fucking do your job.
Yeah, because, like, I never want to kiss. I'm never trying to kiss your ass, but you fucking handle shit good. Like, logically, like, I can point at the stuff and be like, this is how shit does it. How Chad does things. This is why it works. Look it's working. Like, the morale is good. Everyone holds you in high regard. Like, everything goes smooth, and you do the thing like exactly what I was saying that Kevin doesn't do for Emery. When you do something, there's a logic, there's a thought process. Oftentimes you'll explain things, and just say things, and it just all fucking makes sense because you think with your brain, not your emotions.
They don't get paid. I don't get paid to use my emotions, so they don't get them.
There you go. Well, I'm happy because, like,
emotions
just very...
cost more money.
That'll cost you extra.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's just everything just fucking goes well, and everything goes well. Like you said, you've improved this. You know, even before I got there, like, improve the output of our department. We all do well. And then, like, you step in and, like, you fill holes. Like, as a manager, it's like it's very clear when, like, something's going on. You patch anywhere that's, like, unfinished. And everything looks good, and we get no complaints, and everyone's happy. Manny's happy. Adam's happy. Ta-da. No, I just... I don't know, like, grocery store work very, the best, and I don't, I'm definitely not by far not the best at the job, but I understand structure, running things, management, and like morale. I understand business and company. So it's very easy to see the successes and failures committed by various people. It's why I also hold Monica in such high regard, because she so obviously cares that she wants to succeed, and her goal is like everyone getting along, everyone realizing they're on the same team, and all striving to make our team succeed. Which I am 1,000% behind that mentality. I was texting her on Instagram, And she was saying that. I was like, you're right. And me and you think the same. And I think Chad also agrees with most of what me and you think. So the difference with me is when things go wrong and you're just like, I'm going to keep your head down. When things go wrong, I'm going to raise hell and say, no. Shit should be this way. Because I know how things should be. We have all the examples in the world. So when things veer off course, I will drag that ship back on course. We're on the same team. We win and lose together. Don't make us hate our job. Don't make us hate each other. Get shit done. Work your hardest. The end. And yeah, it's nice not dreading to go to work. Ramble over.
You're good.
No worries. We all get time to do that.
I am such a compression and release person. Like, I get feelings and thoughts about things, and like they sit there until they're like expunged, and then I'm good. I don't always know they're there, but then like something hits like the fuse, and I'm like, oh look, a bottle of compressed emotions. Let me just pop that open and blah. No. But
Rogue Trader Thursday?
oh, yes.
Hey, that works. This less I have to change on the schedule.
Hey. I think I'm gonna have a monster or two before bed. It's late, but I'm not tired. And I got a nice nap today.
Okay. I should actually go ahead and wrap up stream.
Okay.
I didn't know you were still streaming.
Oh shit.
I said all that on stream?
Yeah, sorry.
GG.
Nah, don't say anything. I don't want the world to hear. Fuck it.
Yeah, I don't think you said anything, like, terribly terrible or anything.
If you always behave like the world can see you, all your actions are always kept in line. The same advice I give Emery. Only I said, pretend your mom's watching you. But...
No.
Huh?
I'm not watching the list, so I don't know if my mom is actually watching me or not, but...
What if you do
Mama
out-of-line
barely
skating?
listens. Oh.
But...
Oh yeah, it's gonna be great. Moira's mom is going to be introduced to Duran's children.
Yeah. Moira's mom could announce the pregnancy.
Yeah. You have a
Lucky
brother
Moira
who's the child of a lictor.
Oh, no, Mom is in chat. Hi, Mom!
Hey, what up? I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little embarrassed that whole ramble was on stream. I don't normally get embarrassed.
No, you're good. It was a good rant. It was a good rant. You have nothing to be embarrassed about. Oh shit, your boss was listening.
I don't care if my boss hears me. I've never had my bosses heard me. That's gone to many bosses. I have literally had a boss say, I could fire you for that, and my response was, yeah, but I'm right.
The other response to that would be, if you were going to, you would have done that already then.
Yeah, but I like to just, yeah, I'm right. And then, fuck both the, when I worked at the independent air conditioning place at the mom and pop shop, and I worked at the colleges, both of them said, like, I could fire you for that. And I was like, yes, but I'm in the right. And they both, I think, laughed, and they're like, oh, yeah, okay.
Anyway, you got nothing to be embarrassed for. You good.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
Anyway, I'm gonna go
How many stream?
prep stream here. Where's the button? There's the button. Okay. Okay. But yeah, that's Pathfinder shenanigans for the week. someday I'll get back to getting schedule out before Pathfinder. It'll happen eventually. But yeah, hope y'all enjoyed it. Did I stretch? I did stretch, and I hydrated. Thank you for the redeems, Mama Bear. But, oh, I need to... There we are. Go ahead, hit that snooze. But, yeah, thank you all for being here, showing up and hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed. Be back tomorrow around 5 p.m. Eastern. Was Lurkin forgot to say hi? Thanks, Lurk, Malk. You don't feel like you gotta say hi. You say hi if you want to say hi. But I'll be back tomorrow around 5 p.m. Eastern, and probably finishing off Pampus and Celine. So yeah, I'll get the schedule out after I end stream then. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and send you all over to Yifweed. She's currently doing some Path of Exile. Oh, whoops. I hit the wrong, I typed in the wrong thing. Well, there's a link in chat for Community Discord, which I forgot to do, so hey. Oh yeah, gonna send you guys over to Yifweed. She's doing some Path of Exile. So yeah, go over there, chill, relax, have fun. And please remember that, especially now, it's okay to not be okay. Do what you can to be, do what you can to be there for your friends, family, loved ones. Love your pets as much as you can while you still can. And take care of yourselves. Can't do the rest of that if you don't take care of yourselves. Yeah, go hang out with the Yifweed, and hopefully I'll see you guys tomorrow. Until then, have a great rest of your night. Bye.